2019 meeting of the Palm Springs City Council. Would everyone please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Please place your hand over your heart and repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, would you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Holstedge.
Here.
Councilmember Middleton.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Kors.
Present.
Mayor Moon.
Present.
And Councilmember Roberts is absent.
Okay, thank you. And for the record, Councilmember Roberts has an excused absence tonight, and the rest of the council has me in medical quarantine over here, considering I've been coughing and gagging for the last couple of days. So, but I'll make it through. Okay, presentations. Presentation of the fiscal year 2017-18 financial audit by Lance, Soul, and Linghart, LLP, the city's independent auditors. Wait a minute, just a second. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Brian Gruber, with partner with LSL CPAs, the independent auditor for the City of Palm Springs. We were contracted with the city to conduct a financial statement audit for the city's financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2018. We have completed our audit and here to provide a little information on that process this year. The city is responsible for completing an annual financial report, and the city prepares what's referred to as a comprehensive annual financial report. The city completed that and has submitted that to GFOA for the awards program for financial reporting. I'm here this evening. The purpose of our responsibilities are to validate the information that's in that financial statement and make sure that, in accordance with auditing standards, that information can be relied upon in all material respects. We've completed our audit and have issued our auditor's opinion, which is included in the financial statements. In addition, we've issued some subsequent additional communication in conjunction with the audit. Our auditor opinion issued what we refer to as an unmodified opinion, which ultimately means, and what you would seek to achieve in an audit, means that the information in there can be relied upon in all material respects. In addition to the opinion letter, we've issued two additional communication letters. One is our report on internal control, which we're required to communicate to the City Council deficiencies or findings that we note as part of our audit process. One of the things when we're going through that's important when we complete a financial statement is making sure that transactions are reported in the proper time period. So certain expenditures, certain revenues, that they might be reported in the correct time period. We did identify a couple invoices that required to get pulled back into the fiscal year June 30, 2018, and so we identified that in that communication letter. That's been corrected and properly presented in the financial statements. In addition, we have our auditor communication letter, which as part of that letter, we're going to communicate to you responsibilities of the city, responsibilities of the City Council, and also the responsibilities of the auditor. Additional communication that we might provide in this letter is if we encounter significant difficulties in conducting our audit or forming our audit opinion, maybe we weren't being provided information or timely information was being provided to us, we would communicate that to you here. We noted no such matters. We did include some information related to new accounting standards board pronouncements, which changed the financial reporting for the year. The city implemented in accordance with the requirements, along with most governments throughout the state, GASB Statement 75, which had to do with the reporting of other post-employment benefits. The city changed its accounting methodologies associated with that to conform with the GASBs and has reported OPEB liability on its balance sheet. So in the past, this information related to these liabilities were disclosed in the note disclosure, but now the responsibilities for OPEB are actually reported on the balance sheet as a liability. This is consistent with the reporting for pensions now under GASB Statement 68. In addition, we noted a variety of other, future GASB pronouncements that might affect the city. And we did refer to one unreconciled difference that we reported on related to the city's cash balance in that letter. Those are the substantial portions of our audit, and it's been completed. And as I mentioned, the city submits that for the awards program because it prepares what's referred to as a comprehensive annual financial report. So, here presenting that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. If you wanted to provide any additional information.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, Nancy Pauley. I just wanted to also add that CalPERS retirement system has recently decreased its discount rate, or shall we say expected rate of return, from 7.5 to 7%. and they're shortening their amortization period at this time. So in this audit, we have an increase in our pension liability of $18,789,000. We will be addressing these issues at the current budget we're working on for FY 19-20.
Councilmember Coors, Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Thank you, Mayor. So just following up on that, is that the increase we're expecting from their 5-year projection they gave us, I think, 2 years ago? Or is that more or less?
It's what their projection they have given us.
Okay, so it's what we already had worked on and created the budget reserve for?
Yes, that
Okay,
is
and
correct.
do we now have the next 5-year projection?
We will be discussing that during the budget cycle.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Middleton.
Following up on that theme, just to get it in the record, this doesn't reflect any new additional pension benefits to any employee. It is simply a change in the rate of return.
You are correct.
Okay. And for the auditor, in the course of your reviews, were there any records that you requested that were not made available to you?
No.
And did staff, was there any requests of information or conversation with staff that they failed to come forward?
No, there were not.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Dr. Reddy, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for coming out this evening.
Thank you very much.
Next item is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council at this time will discuss the order of the agenda and may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, and request consent calendar items be removed for discussion. I would like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. Are there any items any council member would like removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion and or vote? Dr. Reddy?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, what I'd like to do is add an item to the agenda, a discussion item that has arisen obviously subsequent to the posting of the agenda. What I'd like to do is give the council and the community an update on the storm damage that we had from last weekend. So if I could add just a discussion item, and I would actually add it, Mayor, if we could, and this would give the community the ability to discuss it in public comments if they want to make a comment on it, to, in essence, item A1, right before the California Voting Rights Act discussion, if we could just have that presentation before then. Thank you. And we would need, yeah. Go.
Mr. Mayor, as a legal.
Just a second, David, to be under which
Trying
item?
to speak, Mr. Mayor, but the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Go on. So it's 1A. Can you hear me? As a legal formality, you do need to vote to add this item to the
Right.
agenda. And in order to do so in compliance with the Brown Act, since there's only 4 of you here, you'll need to be unanimous. The 2 issues to be decided are, number 1, did this matter come to the attention of the city subsequent to the posting of the agenda? And number 2, is there an urgent matter for the city to discuss this evening? The city manager's made his comments, so it would be appropriate for the 4 of you to vote whether to add it as he suggested.
And so,
Okay.
Mayor, it would be 1AA.
1AA.
Give a motion.
Okay, motion approved made by Councilmember Coors, seconded by Councilmember Holsage. Motion is on the floor.
Mayor, City Council, let me make one change real fast. It's not registering. Okay, we can try that again.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Coors and Middleton, you still have a request to speak buttons on. Was there?
Just to remove 1K from the consent calendar, please, for separate discussion.
1K, Coors. Councilmember Middleton?
1D is in David, 1E is in Edward.
1D and 1E. Anyone else? Okay, do we have a motion to accept the agenda as amended with the following items pulled from the consent calendar? 1D, 1E, and 1K. Motion made by Councilmember Holstage, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Corrs. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, thank you very much. Next item is report of the closed session. Mr. Kotkin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. We did not have adequate time to discuss the pending or existing litigation item noticed. We did have the time to take up 3 of the 7 anticipated litigation items noted. We had only adequate time for 2 initiation of litigation items, one being the noted Hal Hayes construction matter. We did have time to take up the city attorney evaluation, and there's a report out of closed session with respect to that item. As is going to be released, I think, concurrent with my report, I'm actually resigning my position. And I'm resigning effective on Thursday afternoon on next week, but it's for a good reason. I'm actually relocating and getting married, and I won't be living in Palm Springs anymore. This is a full-time job. I'm going to help the city with a transition plan. The assistant city attorney, along with other legal staff, will continue to address daily legal matters. And the city of Palm Springs is committed to continuing to provide the highest level of services to its residents and visitors throughout the transition. There's no other reportable action that the council took in closed session. And I'm sorry, we did discuss the labor negotiations matter with our labor negotiator. And that concludes my report of closed session.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Goggin. Any questions from anyone? Okay, seeing none, we will then go to public testimony. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council only on agenda items. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. Testimony for public hearings will only be taken at the time of the hearing, and general public comments on agenda items will be taken later in the meeting. And as noted, we did make a change to the agenda, and the item of the storm and storm damage and the results of the storm damage will be available for people to comment on at this time if they wish to do so. So we have a number of speakers this evening. First one is Peter Maeda, then Norm King, then Gresham Lochner, and then James Velasquez.
Mayor Moon, City Council members. My name is Peter Maeda, and I'm a candidate running for City Council in District 2. Tonight, I am addressing new business item number 5A, the proposed resolution reducing the cannabis business activity tax rate on manufacturing to 2% and suspending the tax on transportation and distribution facilities and testing facilities. I strongly believe the City Council should consider conducting an in-depth study of the effects of this action before reducing the cannabis business activity tax. This reduction in the tax could potentially have a positive overall impact for the city and on the cannabis industry if reduced. However, the city needs to investigate the tax reduction impact not only to the city and its revenues, but for any potential impacts it may have on the citizens of Palm Springs and subsequent revenues that may have benefited them regardless of districts. Please consider conducting such a study before reducing the cannabis tax to 2%. Thank you for considering my request tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Maeda. Next speaker is Norm King, followed by Gresham Lochner, and then James Velasquez, then Hank Bates. Mr. King.
Thank you. I'm Norm King, and as did the Desert Sun, I'm urging you to slow down and not take action tonight on the working group's recommendations. These come from a group which was appointed by 2 council members, calculated in a calculated manner to bypass the Brown Act. Therefore, the recommendations were developed in secret and have not been discussed in public. Though the recommendations about district elections were also developed in secret, the process provided workshops and detailed information. To the contrary, these 27 recommendations are not backed up by in-depth analysis, and there have been no workshops. You would not tolerate the Planning Commission meeting in secret and then recommending even a minor zoning change. These recommendations are major, potentially more than $700,000 per year, and will fundamentally change Palm Springs civic culture. The council should thank the working group for their work, and indeed they worked very hard. It wasn't their fault the council set up a process which allowed them to operate in private. Then the council should appoint a new transparent committee. The recommendation to have a full-time council with full-time pay could more than double council's compensation from $29,000 to $61,000, including per diem. One can devote full-time to the council, but an excellent council member can also be part-time. However, the recommendation to double compensation is explicitly based on the job being full-time. It's in the report. It is clear the working group considers the council to be full-time. A council person cannot have two full-time jobs. A person earning more than $60,000 or so would have to give up a better paying job to be in the council. No more teachers, accountants, attorneys, local business owners. Thus, contrary to the working group's justification of removing barriers to running for office, paying council members for a full-time job will create barriers and make it impossible for many who work full-time to serve on the council. The group's recommendation for full-time council is also based on the premise that some people will run only if they think it will improve their personal finances. Do we want council members whose lifestyles depend on being reelected? Please appoint a new non-secret committee to give each of these 27 recommendations the kind of open public debate that they deserve. If you are a transparent city council, this request should not be hard to honor. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. King. The next speaker is Gresham Lochner, followed by James Velasquez, Hank Bates, and then Stephen Wajati. I'm sorry, the type on the screen is like tiny little thing. So, Mr. Gresham Lochner, are you still here? Okay, James Velasquez.
Good evening, City Council. My name is James Patrick Manalo Velasquez. I had the opportunity to attend a cannabis meeting yesterday at the Mizell Center, and I wanted to come up front to you guys and tell you thank you so much for embracing cannabis the way that you guys do, for having open licensing, an uncapped number, and I assure you that it will attract everyone in the cannabis community. One thing that you can do to help to attract more people into this community would be to support the staff recommendation to lower the manufacturing tax to 2% and suspend any taxation on cannabis testing, distribution, transportation activities in Palm Springs. How that helps is super simple. Yesterday while I was at the Mizell Center, one of the people pointed out to me one of the glaring facts about what's happening in the cannabis industry. The cost of medicine is going up. There was a man that said that his medicine went up 3 times the price simply because of legalization. Now, by doing this, you're able to help the manufacturers, the distributors, the cultivation guys, and you're able to help drive the cost of good, clean medicine to the people, because there is a large difference. Although the white market is out here, the legal market is out here, we do know that, the illegal market is still out there. And that's what scares me the most, is that there is still bad medicine out there. Aside from that, that's why we created Volks, and we're spearheading it here in Palm Springs, because unlike you guys, we don't have the power to be able to vote on something and reduce the cost of cannabis. But what we can do is reduce the amount of water that is used and also the amount of nutrients. That's what we're doing on our end. And I hope that you guys as a city council can help the manufacturers, distribution, and the cultivation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Velasquez. Next is Hank Bates, followed by Stephen Wajatile, then Julie Canby, and then Shane Canby.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. I'm here to talk about the item 3B. And I'm in favor of this item, the moratorium in that area that's been mapped out. It's very clear to me when I looked at the posting on the city's website what that area was. And I think in that area there's like funeral homes and churches, and it takes that area almost into residential. So I'm in favor of that. One of the things I want to talk about is to ask that we make sure that everything is aligned with that, and that we're not looking at other areas outside of that, because when property owners, buy property in that area, thinking that they're going to be in an M1 zone that's cannabis allowed, we need to make sure that they indeed are M1 zone cannabis allowed, and that all of a sudden it changes on them. This area, of course, like I said, it's very understandable why that was marked for a moratorium. The other thing I would like to talk about is competition. You know, I hear so many rumors about cannabis. It's a new industry. You know, anybody that's got experience in cannabis is probably in illegal cannabis. And right now, the greatest competition to legal, safe cannabis is illegal cannabis. You know, the Governor Newsom is already doing a task force or something, whatever you would call it, to enforce against the illegal cannabis industry in this state. And I think competition, although there's a myth about competition being negative, competition is one of the healthiest things we have, because competition keeps people, you know, up in their game and keep them current, make them update their businesses, update their buildings, all those things. So I want to just say, please keep it competitive. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Next is Stephen, followed by Julie Canby, and then Shane Canby, and then Alexis O. and Kathy W.
Good evening. My name's Steve Viatic. I'd like to comment on item 3B of the, that's the moratorium that Hank just referred to. I'm a mechanical engineer, and for the last 2 years, I've been preparing to own my own cannabis business in Palm Springs. 3 weeks ago, I signed a lease for a location on Ramon Road, and I was concerned that the moratorium, even though the moratorium is limited to the road south of Ramon, I was concerned that this would set the precedent for other moratoriums that would affect my business. So I'd just like to ask that you please keep that region specific to what's discussed in the moratorium, if that moratorium is approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Viviatic. Next is Julie Canby, followed by Shane Canby, then Alexis O. and Kathy W., and then Ed McBride, then Grace Garner.
Hi, thank you for listening. I just bought a building, $1 million building at Gene Autry and Dinah Shore. And everybody's talking about the moratorium. You know, I'm terrified because we just bought the building. But also, everybody's talking about competition being good. Yes, competition is great, and that's true. But, you know, I plan to work with all of my competitors and encourage business among us, for one. But more importantly, it sounds like that everybody's concerned with the odor control being the reason for the moratorium. And I just wanted you to know that the odor control, it's already a problem. So stopping more businesses from coming in is not going to stop the odor problem. And for myself and for Steve Viatic, he's a mechanical engineer. We're dear friends, and we are both opening businesses, hopefully. And he has a brilliant odor control plan for both of our buildings. So, you know, I would think you'd want to maybe look at odor control as being the problem, if that's truly the problem. If it's other businesses being afraid of more companies coming in and, you know, too much competition, well, you know, that's something that you have to consider as a separate concern. But I just wanted you to know that maybe looking at it as not so much stopping people from coming in as maybe what is the real problem. If it's the odor control, speak to the odor control problem. So I'm really looking forward to coming in and expanding the inclusivity and the benefit of cannabis to the area. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Canby. The next speaker is Shane Canby, then followed by Alexis O. and Kathy W., who are together, then Ed McBride, and then Grace Garner, and then Carl Baker.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I wanted to speak on 3B in opposition to the moratorium. I think there can be great benefit, actually, to having designated economic areas where similar businesses are grouped together. An obvious example would be the Strip in Las Vegas, you know, where the vast majority of casinos are located. That helps on a number of fronts. Since this is a popular tourist area, tourists know where to go rather than having cannabis facilities scattered all over. If they're grouped together, it's easier to find. It's also easier from a law enforcement perspective to monitor, rather than, again, having to watch the whole city for it. Just to tag on to the odor control issue, I think that's more of an enforcement issue rather than a licensing issue. I think if, either citing or whatever means you have at your disposal for dealing with the offenders would be a more appropriate way to go on that issue. And that's my main point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Canby. Next is Alexis O. and Kathy W., then Ed McBride, Grace Garner, and Carl Baker, then Stephen Moses.
Mayor, City Council members, we're here as two of the co-chairs of the CVRE Working Group, and we have comments on both item A and item C. We hope that you'll ask us questions during your deliberations on those items, but we briefly wanted to go over some of our concerns. The first is that we never intended to recommend that City Council be full-time. What we wanted to do was, in this change to districts, to create incentives to attract younger people, minorities, and women working people to apply and run for city council. So that specifically meant attracting people who we anticipated would be working, but trying to find a way that being on council would work for them as well. Some of the areas of concerns that we have, do you want to go into those?
Certainly. Specifically, the subcommittee's recommendation on the Youth Commission as a joint meeting with the school district. I think that's a missed opportunity to have an opportunity to discuss youth issues without youth actually present at the table. So I would urge you to reconsider that. There have been successful examples of youth commissions in other cities, particularly the city of Fresno, and I can share more information with you about that.
The other area of concern we had was the salary issue. We looked at both salaries in the valley and across the state, where we actually think that the city council, by raising salaries, would be going above some of those averages. But we also interviewed a city councilor from Coachella, a young woman, a minority woman, who is not running again because she couldn't work her combine being on city council and having a job. So our concern was really to have enough of a bump in salaries done either in one term or over a number of years that would be attractive. And we provided 3 examples. They're not $850,000.
Ms. Ware, your time is up. I'm sorry.
Can we get 4 minutes since there are 2 of us?
That's not the way you signed up, but okay. Anybody have any objection?
The impact to the city would be somewhere in the proposals we made between $69,000 and $101,000 a year to raise the salary to one of a number of different markers, which would not necessarily be a full-time salary, but it would give some financial incentive for people. And one of the things that we recognized is that people, by working on council, have their experience on council interferes even with the most flexible of full-time jobs, so that there have to be some allowances made to be able to attract people who are working. The other area of concern that we have is one of the items in the recommendations of selection for a mayor, and it's specifically in the tie situation. Choosing a mayor based on the highest number of votes could disenfranchise some of the districts that currently have a lower voter turnout. So we think there are other examples that other cities have had and how they've handled that. Anything from flipping a coin to some other standard, but we ask you to reconsider that. And we also had some concerns about only one new candidate forum. We think it's important to go out to people to encourage them to consider running, and not just doing that in a centralized way, but our experience of going out to the neighborhoods really was very beneficial in this last process.
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huermas. Ms. Ortega. Next speaker is Ed McBride, followed by Grace Garner, Carl Baker, and Stephen Moses, then Simone Sandoval.
Your Honors, staff, my name is Ed McBride. I am president of the Palm Springs Public Library Board of Trustees. Tonight we're presenting our annual report, and I just wanted to say a couple of words before Jeannie makes her formal presentation. First of all, I want to thank all of you for your support. We see you at our programs, and we know that the library is very near and dear to your heart, so we thank you again for that support. We had another great year, and I think that you'll see that, and I think we'll all be proud of that. For example, we had over 250,000 visits at both of our locations. I think that's pretty remarkable for a community our size, and we're very proud of that. We actually signed up over 4,000 new library card holders. And from a library perspective, that's even more exciting when you see that kind of number coming into the door. But I think more importantly, what the trustees are very proud of is that our programs this year. So for example, this past Saturday night, the Palm Springs Speaks program brought Jane Fonda. I know some of you were there. That's just one example of some of the great programs the staff is putting together for our community, and we're very proud of that. Tonight, as a matter of fact, Jeannie is chomping at the bit because Desert Flippers is at the main library waiting for her, and we're at capacity. So that's another example of where we're really responding to the community and engaging the community. And lastly, I know some of you participated a couple of weeks ago in a planning session. The trustees have funded some consultants to come in and look at what is the library of the future for Palm Springs. We had over 70 individuals from the community that day spend all day with us at the convention center talking about what they see the library of the future is going to be. So I think that you're in store for some more news from us very soon about what we want to take on and support. So just finally, thank you, and I know you'll be very proud of the report you hear from Jeannie.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Our next speaker is Grace Garner, followed by Carl Baker, then Stephen Moses, and Simone Sandoval, and then Robert Findlay.
Good evening. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the working group and the recommendations that were made. The first thing is the new candidate forum. I do think it's a disservice to the community to only hold one. One of the things that we've done is we've really reached out to the community and met them where they live, and that's been a game changer for those communities. I know specifically the Coyote Run communities said to me that this was the first time that the city had done anything in their memory at their, at their residences, and that meant a lot to them. So I think being able to host candidate forums in several different locations is very important and can help us to get greater diversity on City Council. The other is the Youth Commission. I think that it is really important for youth to have a voice. I grew up here, and a youth commission is exactly the kind of thing that I would have loved to have done. And I can think of dozens of other students that I grew up with that would have also loved it. And I think it's important to be able to provide a space for youth to go and be able to talk freely, because it can be intimidating to be the only youth representative of a group. Whether or not the other members of the group are trying to make it intimidating, it just is the nature of it. And lastly, in relation to the suggestion for addressing unique skills when you're appointing people to commissions, I wanted to emphasize that this is really about making sure that we take into account, the mom who hasn't been working for 10 years, but plans amazing events for her children and clearly has other skills that are not tied to a job. So I think we just need to broaden what we think of when we talk about skills for our commissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Garner. Our next speaker is Carl Baker, followed by Stephen Moses and Simone Sandoval, then Robert Findlay. And our last speaker will be Joy Brown Meredith. If anyone else wishes to speak, please put a card in the city clerk at this time. Thank you. Good evening, Mr.
Good evening,
Baker.
Mayor Moon. My name is Carl. Excuse me. My name is Carl Baker. I'm catching the mayor's call, and resident of Palm Springs. I'm speaking in favor of the reduction of the cannabis tax. I believe strongly that the city is growing, and we're creating a new growth opportunity for new people and vibrancy. The way we do that is by reducing the tax and allowing more people to come here. There's a lot of competition with our neighbors to the north of Desert Hot Springs, as well as to the east, and Cathedral City. So if we reduce our tax, that gives us a little leverage to bring more additional jobs and work into the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Our next speaker is Stephen Moses and Simone Sandoval, Robert Findlay, Joy Brown Meredith, and Jim Stewart.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Moses. I'm a full-time resident of Palm Springs and a proud member of the working group of the California Voting Rights Act. First, I want to congratulate Ed and wish him all the happiness that he deserves. I really speak on one topic, and that is the compensation issue. We have been misinterpreted both in the press and in tonight's presentations. We did not feel that the city council is a full-time job, but we felt it was an underpaid job. And we felt that if we are to have other than retired or wealthy people as members of city council, we need to fairly compensate them for the amount of time and energy and intelligence they bring to the job. And therefore, we referred to some criteria that might be used, such as the half of what would be paid to an assemblyman, a state assemblyman. The intention is that you compensate enough that you draw a wide selection of people to give the amount of time and effort that is required by the job that you understand better than anybody else. So that's my point, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moses. Next speaker is Simone Sandoval, then Robert Findlay.
Hi, good evening. My name is Simone Sandoval, and I'm a cannabis consultant with High Road Consulting Group in Desert Hot Springs. I'm just here to express my support of the Resolution 5A to reduce the taxes, the manufacturing tax, and to suspend the distribution and testing tax. I've had a number of clients looking for property and looking for guidance on which local jurisdiction to go to, and they are attracted to the no tax structure in some of the other cities. But they want to be in a city with a reputation like Palm Springs. So I really think that this will attract them, and I can't wait to send more business your way. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sandoval. Next is Robert Findlay, then Joy Brown Meredith, and then Jim Stewart.
This will be real short and sweet because most of what I had to say has already been said by other people. But as far as the changing it to a full-time position, a council member, the idea is to allow working class people a better opportunity to be involved. However, stop and consider if a person quits their present job to fill a full-time position on the city council and does not get reelected in 4 years, now you have a person with no job and no paycheck. How does that help this person who doesn't have a profession to fall back on, like lawyer or something like that? It does not help them. And you're going to have a lot of people that are going to be hurt by something like that rather than helped. And I know it's a wormy situation, but there's got to be a better way of doing it than with a checkbook. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Findlay. Next speaker, Joy Brown Meredith and Jim Stewart. Oh, and then we've added Rick Pantelli.
Good evening. So a couple of things that have come up since the agenda has come out. Mazel tov to you, Eddie. Very happy for you. And yeah, kudos to the whole city for handling last Thursday. I know you're going to get into it more, but anybody that thinks that was easy for them ought to try being in their shoes for sure, their whole crews. But I'm hoping you're going to say more. Okay, I wanted to discuss, I'm Joy Brown Meredith. I wanted to discuss really briefly the 3B, the moratorium in Desert Highland and Duluth Park. I know you've gotten some other correspondence in regards to the fact that the word moratorium doesn't go over that big in business circles, but I know, as well as you do, that the reason that this is on the agenda really has to do with the residents. Everything isn't always about business. Sometimes you need to listen to what the residents have to say and address that. And so I really applaud you for that, and I support that. I also wanted to talk about 5A. I know it's something Rick Pantelli's been talking about for a long time, about reducing some of these taxes, and I also support that. And even though I am a dispensary owner, I am not currently conducting any of these businesses. It's not something that is really affecting me at this time, but I know that it will help to entice people to come along. But I do want to say that it will not go down to the actual customer and patient. And so that is one of the things that, I wish that we could look at in the future, is how do we make it so that patients specifically have a cheaper price? This may not trickle down to them. And when we opened our place, there only was medical. I didn't know there was going to be recreational. I actually did not vote for Prop 64 because I was concerned about how this would affect the patients. I'm glad that it passed, but I think that we need to look at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Meredith. Next is Jim Stewart, then Rick Pantelli. Mr. Pantelli will be our last speaker unless someone else puts in a card.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council and staff. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but item on the agenda about the DEA and the contract with the DEA. I want to hope that you will not only renew the contract, but I think that, as a retired member of the California State Parole Board and still involved, the scourge of drugs is just the stories that I could tell you. I have had to deal with people on parole that were in your positions at one time. I've had to deal with people in parole that were members of extremely famous families. I've dealt with people who became extremely famous celebrities. The scourge is drugs is among us. We are in the corridor. I'm sure our police chief has informed you. We are in a corridor of a drug train. And the fentanyl and things like that are happening. We need the DEA. We need the DEA everywhere, and I would hope that Brian had really filled you in. I don't want to take up all the time on that, but I think the public needs to know the importance of your relationship and in any government relationship with the DEA, because these men and women put their lives on the line. They do go undercover. They do some very dangerous things. And we need to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Our next speaker is Rick Pantelli, then Dieter Crawford.
Good evening, council staff. Here to talk about 3B and then also the 5A. On the 3B, the removing of the moratorium, I don't know the exact lines of the streets that are being designated for the zone for the DeMuth Park. And until I do, I can't really speak on that. But I would say, first of all, every citizen has the right to fresh air, and that's all there is to it. I don't care if you're a body shop. I don't care if you're an airport. I don't care if you have pork sausage in your building. Fresh air is a right that we all have. The only thing we should be smelling in our streets or garlics and foods coming from restaurants. So I'm a big proponent for restricting the odors that are coming from businesses. But we want to treat all businesses fairly, and we don't want to say that we can't put a business in a place because it emits an odor. We just tell that business, you can run your business as long as you meet the requirements. We don't tell Ford Motor Company what parts to put in their car. We just tell them when they're done with that car, it better meet all the standards that we're requiring. So I think there's another way of fixing the problem, and there is a problem. We don't want to have odors in our town, but I think the way to mitigate it would be to require the people conducting any business to make sure that they are not having any odors come from them. And if the DeMuth Park zone does go past Vela Road to the east, I would recommend that that zone east of Vela Road would be removed from that zone because there are no residential homes in that zone. I'm very concerned about that neighborhood. On 5A, congratulations. I think it is a very, very smart move for the city of Palm Springs to take a smart look at how they can become competitive and not just assume that opening a cannabis business is a pot of gold and that there aren't costs involved that are important. So removing the taxes is going to encourage people to come to our city. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pantelli. Next is Dieter Crawford. Mr. Crawford is our last person who's requested to speak. Anyone else wishes to speak, please put a card in now. Go.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Dieter Crawford. I live in the Desert Highland Gateway Estates neighborhood where my family's lived for over 60 years. My family came to Palm Springs in the early 1950s. They settled on Section 14, which is now where the present-day Agua Caliente Casino is. And I'm here to speak on the moratorium on cannabis. I'm in favor of the moratorium because I think that we've oversaturated a couple neighborhoods that are close to residential areas, and specifically in the Desert Highland area. On the map, I just want to point out one thing, that it says San Rafael Place, and there's two San Rafaels up there. There's San Rafael Place, and then there's San Rafael Drive. San Rafael Drive is the main drag that I think the map should go to, and our main concern up in that area is the public health and safety of the community. We don't know what kind of odors and chemicals and toxins these buildings are emitting. We're concerned about the safety of our elderly, of our children, things of that nature, people with disabilities. It's already a low-income area that suffers from substance abuse already, high crime, things of that nature. I don't want to say too much about this, and it's not correlated. The last couple murders in the city were in both of those neighborhoods, other than the one in Zelda's. So I don't think we should have those kind of things close to neighborhoods that are already suffering from crime and violence. We understand that it brings money to the table and that there is a tax benefit, but I think that they should just be closer to the 10 freeway in that area where they won't. People won't suffer from the side effects. And then the last thing, just like to say, I've never seen us want to follow DHS and Cat City so much. We set the standard. We shouldn't be following them. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Any other speakers, Mr. Mejia?
No other speakers?
Last chance. Okay. That closes our first public comments portion. Next, the City Council, Subcommittee, and City Manager's comments and reports. This time is set aside for the City Council to provide additional general comments, reports, and announcements. Additionally, this time is set aside for the City Manager to update the City Council on important items initiated by staff or previously requested by the Council. City Manager, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the Council. I just wanted to ask Jeannie Kays, our librarian, to come up to the microphone quickly. She has a program, the Library Career Online Diploma, and I thought it was very innovative, and I just asked her to take a couple minutes to explain what that program is. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, members of Council. I am very proud of all of the things that we do at the library, and one of the things I wanted to highlight tonight is something that you might not be aware of. It is called Career Online High School. The Palm Springs Public Library participates in this free high school diploma program. It's sponsored by our friends of the Palm Springs Public Library and also a matching grant from the California State Library, and even one donation from the Sunrise Park Neighborhood Organization, so thank you to that neighborhood for that. We currently have 8 adult learners enrolled, and we have openings for 8 more students. There's no charge to the students for this program. Career Online High School is a fully accredited, completely online high school that offers adults the ability to achieve their dreams of a high school diploma and complete a career track that helps them realize better job opportunities. Plus, this program enables our graduates to transition into opportunities like College of the Desert's Pledge program, which gives recent local graduates tuition-free access to community college. If you or someone you know has always wanted to get a high school diploma, visit palmspringslibrary.org/diploma. So, thank you very much.
Hey, Ms. Kays? And Ms. Kays, Julie, congratulations on your speaker series. I mean, it's going great. I mean, the one with Jane Fonda was sold out, I know.
She was such a wonderful, inspirational speaker.
And I don't think anyone was disappointed who went. I know I certainly wasn't. So thank you for this great series you guys are working so hard on.
Yeah, Rick Steves is next. Rick Steves is March 3rd.
Okay, thank you. Council members? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've had a few meetings of various committees since we last met. One was the League of California Cities Riverside County Executive Committee meeting, and just quickly a couple of things coming up. On March 11 will be the next Riverside County Regional meeting. That will be held in Desert Hot Springs, and there will be a tour of a cannabis facility, and then I'm very pleased that Susan Davis and Jenny Gill from Desert X will be making a presentation on Desert X to everyone, and I will also have 2 minutes to talk about the upcoming Neighborhoods USA conference that will be held in Palm Springs. One of the actions that executive is going to be recommending, those of us who have attended League of California Cities meetings know that frequently at these meetings we're asked to take votes on a large number of legislative items. And at the recommendation of Councilmember Dana Reed from Indian Wells, Executive Committee unanimously is going to be supporting that the Riverside County Division only take action where it is a legislative bill that is very specific to Riverside County and will have unique effect on Riverside County. Otherwise, we should defer to statewide action. That will lessen some of the confusion, I think, that has occurred at some of the meetings. There was also a meeting that I was part of the Board of Directors of Neighborhoods USA. They are looking forward to the conference coming up May 15 through 18 here in Palm Springs. We are expecting to see approximately 800 to 1,000 neighborhood and community activists from all over the United States coming to our city and receiving our hospitality as well as our opportunity to learn from them. For myself, that will be quite a moment to have our city host Neighborhoods USA. It will also be my last meeting as a member of the Neighborhoods USA board, as I've made a decision not to run for re-election to that board. And lastly, we have an upcoming meeting, Mr. Mayor, of the Executive Committee of CVAG where there is an agenda item to vote on a representative to replace Greg Pettis on the Southern California Association of Governments. And since we met last, there has been some controversy associated with that, in that one of the individuals, Russell Betts, who's running from Desert Hot Springs, is proposing and insisting that instead of the executive committee having that vote should be available to any member, elected member of city council who might be in attendance that evening. Councilmember Kathleen Kelly from Palm Desert, who's also a candidate, and myself are opposed to that change, and we will be sending a letter to Tom Kirk, who is the chair, asking that it is only members of the executive committee that be allowed to vote. I plan to withdraw my nomination for that in favor of Ms. Kelly and follow up on a recommendation that will emerge at that meeting from Councilmember Reed that we defer any vote on appointment to SCAG until the June meeting. A long ordeal.
Okay, let me get this straight because we haven't discussed this. Okay,
and that's why I had to bring it up in front of everyone.
Yeah, thanks. I hadn't heard about this. I haven't seen a message on this from Kirk or anybody.
Yeah.
But has the attorney for CVAG weighed in on this?
Attorney so far has not weighed in. It appears that there are conflicting arguments as to what can or cannot occur. What it appears to be is the executive committee will have an opportunity to vote on the rules that they will use in making the election. And therefore, if the executive committee chooses to vote that only the executive committee members can vote on the ultimate choice of who it is or whether to even have a vote, then that the executive committee has the authority to do that.
Okay, I'd actually asked this to be brought up to at an earlier meeting so I could get concurrence from the council, because I assumed that the council, since you were running, would want me to cast our vote in your favor. But my understanding that I should be voting for you in the first round, and if there was a second round, and another person, I could vote to allow that to be unanimous if you did not win in the first round.
I will be present on Monday, and it is my hope that we defer all action on this other than making a deferral until the June regular meeting of CVAG when everyone's in attendance, and we can do this in accord with the normal procedure that happens when this vote needs to come up.
That's probably what will happen.
It's what I'm hoping happens.
Thanks. Just sit close to me in that meeting.
Are you going to be better?
Oh, yeah. Antibiotics are kicking in already.
All right. Last, CVAG Transportation Committee met, and I am very pleased to report that the CVAG Transportation Committee is supportive of efforts that we started here in Palm Springs to go on record in favor of giving municipalities greater discretion to reduce speed limits in their cities where the municipality believes that it's warranted. And there will be further reports coming from CVAG and coming back here regarding Laura Friedman's AB 2363 and the task force that's being established to hopefully give municipalities that greater freedom.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kors.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. So a few things. One is all four of us attended last week the Human Rights Commission's annual awards event. And I just really want to commend Chairman DeHart and the commission. I think we're all really impressed with the ceremony and the honorees. And just so the public knows, the honorees this year were the V Palm Springs, who housed over 200 firefighters during the fires last summer very generously. And so it's really important to acknowledge them. Reverend Kevin Johnson, Rev Kev, for a whole bunch of stuff, all his community service over the years. Kate Castle, who for many things, but led the effort to get Palm Springs to be a leader in banning single-use plastic bags. Tony Marchese, who owns Trio, for all the benefits he does for nonprofits and all the support of those organizations. Gloria Kapp for her work with Safe Schools and supporting LGBT youth in the schools. And the California Voting Rights Working Group, who are here tonight. So just want to acknowledge them so the public knows those awards happened. And it's usually a full house, but it's a great thing to come to every year. It's really a wonderful event. Other thing that I want to touch on is Uniquely Palm Springs. So last week, we launched Uniquely Palm Springs. And so close to a year ago, I approached our Bureau of Tourism and also the Chamber of Commerce to work on a program to really promote our unique businesses here in Palm Springs that don't exist other places. You know, a lot of them, Councilmember Holstich and I heard on our subcommittee, at Economic Development Subcommittee, and a town hall we did on businesses, talked about sort of concern with the marketing budgets that some of the national brands have, that they're going to get lost in the shuffle. So the idea was to really come up with a program to benefit these businesses. So uniquelyps.com was bought. You can go there now. There are over 700 unique businesses, from dining to shopping to unique hotels to unique attractions that people can learn about. There are contests. There are a whole bunch of videos going on based on people who've wanted to have videos that are going to be promoted. There's the first round of contests. Amy Blaisdell, our communication director, has done a lot of work on this as well. So you can get involved in these contests. They're fun, so please go to the website. A lot of the media reported it ends in May. The program doesn't end in May, but this first round of contests ends in May. But this is meant to be a long-term program to really benefit our local businesses and keep what's so special about Palm Springs in people's forefront of their minds, and not just for folks who are coming to visit from far away, although that's part of it, but also for locals. You know, as I went through some of the videos, it's like, you know, I didn't even know that business existed, or I forgot about that business. And so that's just something I think is really important for the city. I'm really excited about. The other thing, just for the when the budget subcommittee meets, that there have been some conversations I've had with the tourism organizations, is really thinking about using some of our budget in those entities to really be promoting Palm Springs businesses in the valley. You know, there's all this amazing stuff that we see occasionally when we show a video here, but we never see it because we live here. But we also want people from throughout the valley to come to Palm Springs to shop and to eat, and to make sure we're also taking some portion of that money to run some of those ads valley-wide and sort of in our, you know, drive market other than LA, but people who actually can drive here and go home after dinner or go home after shopping and dinner. So if we can just add that to the list when the budget subcommittee meeting, which is Councilmember Middleton and I meet, I think that's something the tourism industry, you know, we've talked about, and I think is something we want to discuss through the budget, because that would be the appropriate time. A couple things just for future meetings. For the next meeting, I'd like to bring forward, and it's already drafted, and it can go on the consent calendar, so no more work, a Salton Sea resolution that some other cities have adopted to look at actually bringing in ocean water. It's just one of the things that is looked at. It's not recommending that, but it's make sure that's in the list of ideas that are being looked at in the restoration. I think before the CDBG grants, which are about, people are going to be able to apply for those soon, that we have a discussion on that process. Last time, I think there was some information that council wanted. We wanted different kinds of outreach, and we want to share our priorities for those grants as well, so the city knows what we would like the city to apply for when the city applies. So, but I think that's a full council discussion for those. So if we can agendize that so people know when we do that outreach. Fencing of construction sites, which I've talked to the city manager about. So I think there are two issues. One is the current fencing at some sites, and I know there's been improvement in the last week at some of them, including downtown. But what we do to make sure that the condition is kept up, there are other projects where they're ripped or not maintained, but also some of the construction sites actually use attractive fencing, which is not very expensive in talking to the people who use it. So I'd like to see us discuss, and whether you want to do a subcommittee or you want to bring it for council, that's up to you for the city manager, but having some standards like some other cities have, that we have attractive construction fencing. Because I think it really benefits our city. It benefits our residents, it benefits tourism, instead of just that brown, ugly wrap that tends to get ripped and look terrible pretty quickly and doesn't look great when you start. So whenever you want to agendize that, but I'd like that. And if you want a subcommittee out of it, just let us know, or I can just work with you on it, whatever's easiest.
Note, you know, the tribe does a really good job of that.
Yeah.
So we should really consult with the tribe. Whoever does this should consult with the tribe and see who does that for them, because their fencing always has a great message on it, and it looks nice. It's well maintained.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I know the Dream Hotel has some pretty nice fencing as well, and so I'd really like us to look at that. Happy to work with you on that. The only other thing I have, the rest all now fit, things you've added to the agenda or on the agenda. Our last public integrity meeting, the city attorney was at, maybe if we can just get a sort of written update, we can put on the consent calendar so public knows where we are on those items. And also, I know we've talked with the city clerk about the dates that we have to do these additional filings, and to make sure maybe we do that in consent calendar so people know who thought they might have had a file but didn't get a form in January. So what the dates are going to be, so everyone knows what those are, would be really helpful for folks. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, today I attended the Coachella Valley Association of Governments Homelessness Committee, where I serve as the vice chair. We're moving forward in the report that we got from a nationally recognized consultant, which I attached to the last agenda for anyone who's interested. We discussed some of those findings, and we're moving forward and implementing them. And so one of the main takeaways from that report was to start a collaborative with all of the service providers and the cities and all of the stakeholders on homelessness, so that we have the county at the table, the cities, the service providers all at one table, and we can do the work together. I think that'll be really important, because often we're asked to do things on homelessness, we're doing a lot of work, but really it's the county's responsibility, or really it's addressing for service providers. So if we can all be at the same table, that will be great, and I believe really effective. And so we supported a letter. Our supervisor, Manuel Perez, actually recommended that his staffer, Greg Rodriguez, who is a Palm Springs resident, actually serve as the interim executive director for that new collaborative. And so he's actually recommending that Greg spend 75% of his time on that collaborative. So our subcommittee approved that, and it'll go to the CVAG executive committee for approval of that letter. And then the other item that we took, the actionable item, was to really switch. Right now we're spending a lot of our Housing First money, so people know that the city, along with many of the other cities in the Desert Healthcare District, all put pooled money together, totaling about $2.5 million to spend on homelessness as a group and as a region. And so right now we hired Path of Life to provide those services, Housing First. So though you might not see a shelter, they actually do have sites in Palm Springs, apartments and homes where people can go off the streets. They can get Housing First, along with supportive services. What their consultant found is that a lot of our money and a lot of the services that they're doing right now is preventing people from being homeless. So spending that money maybe on rental assistance, which is their highest need, the most calls they get. And so the consultant, it was her opinion that maybe we're spending too much money of that fund on preventing homelessness for people who are currently housed, and not spending enough of that money on people who are currently living on the streets right now and need a safe place to sleep. And so we gave direction to Path of Life to spend more of that funding on, it's called diversion or rapid assistance, to really make sure that we're spending our limited amount of money on people who are on the streets right now. So that diversion is a data-driven solution that really works. So we're moving forward on that path, which is exciting. We also talked about the HEAP funding that came down. So you'll remember that we declared that there's a shelter emergency, and we, along with our partners, the Coachella Valley Association of Governments and the Desert Healthcare District, applied for funding. This was about $9 million of funding for homelessness that came down from the state. About $2 million of that was allocated to the Coachella Valley. And CVAG, with the city of Palm Springs, got awarded about $550,000 for that project. And so collaborative projects for the region. So I will report at the next meeting and provide information about what was funded. But I'm really proud that the work that we've been doing and the hours that we've spent into that really got a good amount of money for the city of Palm Springs to address our homeless population. So that's exciting. Just really quickly, what else I've done, I also attended a Lift to Rise housing meeting, so talking about building affordable housing and making sure that we have housing in the Coachella Valley. We did interviews for the Historic Site Preservation Board and Measure J. I'd recommend anyone, all the people in the room and watching, if you're interested in city government, please continue to apply for our boards and commissions. We have lots of good openings. And the last thing is I attended the Palm Springs Hospitality Association board meeting. The mayor pro tem was sick that day, but we are doing that work together to still talk to the business community about plastic waste, straws, stirrers, to-go containers, as well as a non-smoking ordinance that I know some of our commissions are working on. And so we're meeting with the business communities to talk about those issues. If you own a local business and you want to have feedback and be involved, we would love that. Right now, we're looking for pilot businesses who want to be engaged in a pilot program with the city of Palm Springs to try out potentially different sustainable materials. So if you're already using plastic, if you're already using paper straws or sustainable materials, if you want to share that information with other businesses, we would love to work with you and hear from you about your experience so that we can share that with other businesses. Because we want to be business friendly and really support our business community to follow a lot of the laws that are coming down from the statewide level. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Holsich. Anything else? Okay,
I did forget one thing, which is an announcement. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. This Saturday is the 32nd annual Black History Parade and Town Fair. And so it's this Saturday at 11 a.m. downtown. We will be there riding in the parade, and it should be an excellent event. So I invite everyone to attend. Thank you. Sorry to leave one thing off.
Yeah, I did contact Jarvis Crawford today and told him that I've been in it every year, but I think I'm going to have to skip it this year. Riding down Palm Canyon in this weather, I don't think it's a good idea right now. Okay, but have fun. This is always a great event. Okay, next item, consent calendar. I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without items 1D, 1E, and 1K. A motion approved by Councilmember Coors, seconded by Councilmember Middleton. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Coors, seconded by Councilmember Middleton. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you, Mr. Mejia. First item, item 1D, acceptance of donation from the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians in the amount of $25,000 for the Palm Springs Police Explorers Palm Springs Explorers. Councilman Middleton.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. This is going to be very quick, but I did not want to let this pass without doing a public thank you to the Agua Caliente tribe for their support of our Police Explorer group. These explorers are individuals that, whether they ultimately go into law enforcement for a career or not, they will have received incredibly valuable education and experience from their association with the explorers. So thank you to the tribe.
Thank you. We have a motion approved made by Councilmember Middleton, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Coors. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, thank you. Next item is item 1E, which is, make sure I've got 1E here. Yep. Review agreement with Drug Enforcement Agency to participate in task force. Councilmember Middleton.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to bring this up. Frequently in the media and in the social media, we see a number of reports that speak to questions as to whether or not cities and, in our instance, states that have fully inclusive non-discrimination statutes, ordinances, and as we took at our most recent meeting, identifying ourselves as a sanctuary city, are somehow or another not cooperating with essential law enforcement. And I want to echo Mr. Stewart's comments. The work that takes place with DEA is absolutely essential law enforcement activity. Drug dealers are going after our most vulnerable people in our community. So I know the police chief's expecting this, but I would like to ask the chief to come up for a moment. Thank you, Chief. I'm going to ask you to talk just a little bit about the program, but specifically, is there anything in our non-discrimination ordinance or our sanctuary status that will interfere or impede your officers at all in their cooperation with DEA?
No.
Thank you. Could you talk just a little bit about the importance of this program?
Yeah,
and the no was really all I needed.
Yes. Yeah, no, absolutely. We've cooperated with the DEA for at least 20 years, and I'm proud to announce that we actually house this task force at our police station, and it's specifically a task force that focuses on major drug dealers, the higher level organized crime as it relates to drug activity, and there's a lot of bad actors throughout the Coachella Valley. And the great part is, although we house them within our facility, it's not a focus strictly on the city of Palm Springs. They operate throughout the Coachella Valley, and they have ongoing operations that will impact the reduction in major drug organizations throughout the Coachella Valley.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, do we have a motion to approve? Yes, made by Councilmember Middleton, seconded by Councilmember Holstage. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. Our next item is item 1K, second reading and adoption of ordinance number 1978 of the City of Palm Springs, California, adopting amendments to the Palm Springs zoning code relating to regulations for planned development districts, case 5.1439 ZTA. Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one thing on this, on page 14, when we talk about controlled access. So after the city council meeting, the city attorney commented to me that using the word documented before public safety issues was opening up potential legal issues, because what does that mean? And so in my conversation with him, the thought was to strike that word. We also talked about just striking the whole thing, but the main thing was the concern about the word documented as I understood it. So I just, if you want to just share with council your thoughts, since we can't all talk privately.
Simply because reasonable minds can differ as to what actually amounts to documentation. These issues about walls are typically hotly contested when they're discussed. I can see Councilmember Middleton remembering lots of Planning Commission discussions. And yeah, documentation is a very fuzzy word. It's also perfectly okay to strike the entire phrase if that's the council's preference. The bottom line is the council's policy is reflected in this ordinance, with or without those words from my vantage point as your lawyer, so whatever your pleasure is.
Yeah, my general proposal would be to strike the whole phrase, documented public safety issues, but depends what the council thinks on that.
I agree. So we'll ask the mayor, Councilmember Middleton.
No, I agree.
Okay, so we will strike that,
Good.
Those 4 words. I'll make a motion.
Motion passes 4-0.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. 1A, we're going to do an update on the storm.
Okay, so it's inserting the new item. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Council members of the public, I do want to give you an update on the storm. There's some important information to share, not only in what occurred, but on how we responded and on the costs that are going to be involved. But also, as part of this report, I would like to call down Nancy Stewart, who is our representative on the TRAM board. And she was going to give us an update on the tram. As you know, it's been closed because of the damage they sustained. And she has an update, and she's going to share a few words with us. Nancy, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, David. Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm here tonight as your representative and also the chairman of the Mount San Jacinto Winter Park Authority with a very special report on the Palm Springs Aerial Tramway tonight. Well, the good news is the January visitor attendance was 68,970, which was up nearly 12% from the prior January. And also, despite 2 fires closures that were in July and November, we were still actually ahead in attendance for our fiscal year. our fiscal year. Well, that's good because of the Valentine's Day present we all got last week. The day after the initial event, February 15th, the assessment of damage began. We have a power line at the Valley Station that feeds electricity to the mountain station. It is now laying in the creek. It was severed and resulted in damage to one of the Valley Station's electrical panels, and the mountain station is continuing to operate on a generator power only situation. The responsibility of the repair and or replacement of that is on the tram. The debris removal of boulders, foliage, and logs from the Valley Station and roadway continues. Several of the tram's 9 parking lots sustain minor asphalt damage. Once the road is open, we will be able to have additional heavy equipment on site to assist in the removal of debris, and I mean there's a lot of debris and a lot of boulders, and assist in curing the asphalt damage. The culvert, and I'm sure all of you have seen the pictures of the road at the damaged portion of the tramway, is currently filled with a lot of mud and debris, and once cleared and the stream runoff is returned to the culvert, road repairs can proceed. I'm happy to report that the repairs to the road, weather permitting, could begin before this weekend. It is proposed to take about at least a week to have the road accessible and safe. At that point, the additional repair work will start on the parking lots, the electrical, and other heavy cleanup. During this time, we need to remain closed to the public. Fortunately, the mountain station sustained only minor water damage, and cleanup efforts will commence once the road access is possible. The tramway systems, I'm happy to report, were inspected and included the engine room, all the towers, and the bases, and no damage has been found. The tramway's civil engineer also has inspected all the roadway bridges and certified them structurally sound. The Palm Springs Aerial Tramway, for those of you who don't know, is a quasi-public agency. We rely entirely on ticket sales for ridership as our source of income. We are not publicly funded and cannot accept donations. Tramway is a private road, and we are responsible for the maintenance and repair of it. We carry business interruption insurance as well as other types of insurance, and that will help. Where we are not covered, well, for lack of a better word, we do have a rainy day fund, and we contribute to that throughout the year, and that should help us in this situation to make us whole. But we have another resource, and it's the best, in fact, in getting us to whole, and that is our 70 employees who work for the tram. Many of these folks have worked 5, 10, 20, 30 years plus for the tramway. And they are pitching in wherever needed, many not wanting to quit even after working a 10-hour day. The spirit and professionalism of this group of individuals is commendable. There are currently no set times for opening or for completion of the aforementioned items. However, we're going to be continuing to update and announce all of these things when available. Until we can reopen, we are maintaining frequent communications with not only media and the city's communications staff, but are working closely with both the Palm Springs Bureau of Tourism and the Greater Palm Springs CVB to ensure visitors to Palm Springs are informed of the other activities they can participate in while our dear, wonderful tram is closed. If you have any questions for me now, I'll be happy to answer them or get back to you with any answers. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, and good luck.
Thank you. And so I do have a few pictures that I would like to show you about what occurred in the city. And as you know, there was almost 3.7 inches of rain fell in the city. and that's the third highest rainfall recorded that we have on record, and certainly the highest since 1943. So this obviously gives you an idea. One of the first things that the fire department did was a swift boat rescue at Mesquite Country Club. They're specially trained for this, and it came in handy, and they got the job done. This was at Spencer's. This just gives you an idea of the magnitude of that water, rushing water off the mountain. Here is the Bellardo Bridge, Tockwitz Creek. Gene Autry Trail at the Wash. So you might wonder, what is that thing in the road? Well, we wondered what that was too. It just sort of washed in, as that washed in, vehicles got stuck. But that shows you the severity that the road was completely covered. 111 westbound. Again, the eastbound lanes, you can see the damage on both of those different angles. Vistachino at the Wash. Our personal favorite, South Farrell Drive. That is going to take some significant work and effort. And I would note that the bridge going at the golf course there was pushed quite a ways from its base. Interesting, although that's private bridge, by the way. So we'll be working with the golf course to make sure they get that put back in place. Another angle, South Farrell. Araby at the Wash. This is, obviously a severe issue in terms of, as you can see on that left picture, the road that goes down into the Wash is completely covered and unpassable, and we'll talk a little bit about that later, but that has significant issues for the people that live in Araby Cove. Golf Club Drive, as you can see, significant damage there to the street. Indian Canyon at the Wash, and that was one of the second road we were able to finally get open, but you can see all the debris that piles up there. Tockwitz Creek Golf Course Resort. Now this is a significant issue because we're estimating that it could be almost $1 million worth of damage on this. And again, this is not an insurance event because it wasn't to the clubhouse, the building, it was to the actual land, and obviously that's not an insurable event. But the other aspect of this equation is the golf course, the resort course, the main course is not operable, and it probably won't be for a month. And this is the high season, and we could lose anywhere between $700,000 to $1 million a year in this month in revenue. So we're going to take a double hit at the golf course. And again, what we need to say is thank you to our staff. If you can see, there's Stacy Schaefer and others, and we also have activated our Emergency Operations Center. But I've got to say thank you to all of our staff that worked tirelessly, from the safety to the street maintenance crews, to the downtown crews, to our building maintenance, and obviously Marcus and all of his team, Stacy, and we just thank everyone for their efforts, and I just want the community to know that they were doing everything that they can to get the roads open as quickly as we can, but our first priority certainly was public safety. So with that, certainly all the members of the team are here, and so members of council, we're happy to address any questions you might have.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor. And first, just Dr. Reddy and your staff. I mean, it is a phenomenal job that was done, and I appreciate how updated you kept us, and for those of us who've signed up for alerts, and there's a way to do that, and we should really get that on our website so people know how to get those alerts from the police department. Just really want to appreciate the amazing work. I imagine people working enormous hours under enormous stress, and the potential for loss of life in this was so high, and so the work that everyone did. So thank you for that. Second, just a couple questions I had that can ask now, and if you don't know the answers, we can do it. You can bring them back at another time. But one question I received was from folks who live, when you go down Palm Canyon towards Bogart Trail. I think two things. I think we had funding set aside to address potential floods there. And that, I believe, got delayed due to the rezoning and litigation around Oswald Canyon. So they've asked for an update on that. So, and I mentioned this to Marcus and David, but if
Thank you. That's a good question. So we were successful getting funding, federal funding, for essentially a bridge structure, an elevated culvert crossing to take that runoff under the culvert and into the golf course. We had completed the environmental phase and we're into the right-of-way acquisition phase. That project requires us to do some off-site grading on the adjacent property, the Oswick Canyon property, to channelize and focus that runoff into that culvert crossing. And so we've been delayed in getting that required easement because of the ongoing litigation. The construction funding is still programmed, so once we've completed this right-of-way acquisition, we can finalize the documents and move forward into bidding and construction of that project.
So this isn't timing like some things where we lose the money if we don't move on it?
The state can always deobligate funds that are programmed depending on other, so there's never a guarantee, but we definitely want to move forward with that project given the flooding that happened.
And if you can't talk about this because of litigation, just let me know, but is the reason we can't get the right-of-way that the landowner now won't agree to sell us it because of the proposition and the rezoning that's in litigation, or is it because
I truly don't have information.
Yeah, I thought I was asked, Marcus might know. Yeah.
That's correct. So there was at one point in time there was a action for the council that was tabled, and then subsequent to the litigation, the owner rescinded their agreement to sell or for us to acquire the easement.
Okay. So if we can't get that at some point, I presume we could do eminent domain since this is for public necessity.
Yes.
Okay. So it's just worth keeping that on the table so we don't, I mean, you know, we don't have this again. The other concern I got from residents in that area was the cell service can be spotty there and during a storm non-existent. So not being able to leave or anyone get in and not having cell service. And I know there are ways maybe to reach out to the companies about sort of those emergency cell towers. I don't know exactly what the box is. Is that something we can talk to providers about?
We certainly can do that. They do have those mobile units they can bring in disaster or in emergency type situations. I don't know exactly the extent that that's possible, but we certainly will reach out because we do know that a good portion of the city does not have cell service, particularly in that South Palm Canyon area.
Okay. And then I guess I had the same sort of question, Marcus, on sort of the Araby Cove. You know, we saw those pictures on Araby. And I know prior to this council, or even the one before that, staff had obtained grant funding to do a bridge to address that I guess the residents didn't want. So that funding is gone, though. Is that correct?
The funding was deobligated. That's correct.
Okay. So we had funding, and I wasn't here, but the majority of the residents did not want it. Is that what occurred? So I can respond to people who are asking me to live
That's
there.
correct. We had successfully had the state approve $11 million project in the Highway Bridge Program for a new bridge there. And based on concerns from that neighborhood with that new bridge, we did not proceed with that project.
Okay, thank you. Just two other things I just want to let folks know about. On that night, we reached out to Well in the Desert and worked with them to stay open overnight, so unsheltered individuals had a place to stay. And the city also set up a shelter at the pavilion for people who needed a place to go. So I've seen some things, you know, incorrect posts because that there was no emergency sheltering. So there were two locations, and I think it's really good to have that process set up ahead of time. So, I mean, fortunately, we were able to get both of those set up quickly, and I really appreciate staff making that happen. But setting that up so it's automatic in the future, whether it's an earthquake or flooding or whatever it may be, would be really helpful. But again, just thank you so much for all the staff's work.
Well, items I wanted to segue on to what Mayor Pro Tem said. On the Araby Cove, I've also heard from people there, but it's still, there's a group of people who still don't want it, the bridge. there's a group of people saying we really regret that we didn't do it. So there's still some and none of us were on the council at the time that it was approved, but I was here that evening, and I know huge turnout of the residents. And the biggest argument was they didn't want homeless people living under the bridge. And they didn't want the bridge to impinge upon their privacy. But I think that mostly it was the homeless issue. But at the time, the issue was brought up that Rim Road provided emergency access. But it's my understanding that Rim Road is getting pretty bad. And I'm concerned when this happens and people cannot get through that wash, is Rim Road, is that accessible for our fire trucks and emergency vehicles?
Mayor, we've had those discussions with the fire chief, and he can hear and he can address specific questions if you'd like. But Rim Road is a private road. We do have a public safety easement on there, access, so we have access for it. What we do know is because of this rain that the foundation structure, we're not certain that it would support a fire truck of that size of equipment. So at this point, we're not going to be putting our fire trucks in there. We have 2 smaller fire truck units that have water and ability to fight fires. We will utilize those first. Now, with long-term, with regard to Rim Road, a couple of years ago, we had requested of those private owners that we go in and make those improvements, although at the time they were not willing to give us waivers at that time. So we did not do that. Now, I would suggest that we probably need to revisit it. And if we need to do it through just public right-of-way, through our easement, we would explore that with the city attorney. But with regard to the public safety of the ARB Cove, I think that's something that we may need to consider. But the fire chief can give you more details on how he will assess that area for firefighting if you do need that. It's not an issue so much for paramedics, but for the larger fire equipment at the moment.
Well, I'm a little concerned that the council the previous council did acquiesce to the residents' desire on this because it is a public safety issue. And I'm really concerned that when a rain comes again and that wash closes again and if Rim Road's not passable, people could be put in great danger. I think, as a council, perhaps we should start looking again and seeing if there's some way to get some funding for a bridge there and look at that item again. I think we're going to see some people on ARB Cove that don't feel the same way as they did 5 or 6 years ago. And would it be possible to start looking at that, Dr. Reddy?
Marcus has looked into that. Marcus, could you comment, please? I think that is possible.
Certainly. So the bad news is the state no longer funds new bridges across dry riverbeds, but because we had submitted this and it was accepted into the Highway Bridge Program, the thought is that we're grandfathered, but there's no guarantee. So, we'll take the direction of the council perhaps as a separate item and another agenda, but there is the possibility that the state could reconsider and program that bridge into the Highway Bridge Program, but we have no guarantees. And of course, we would need the full support of the community and the direction of the council because we wouldn't want them to do that. And then the item that came to the council for action at that time in 2012 was to approve the funding agreement. So that happens after the state's actually programmed the funds and is assured you're moving forward with a project because it diverts funds from other projects. So before we even get to that step, we would need to make sure that we have full support of moving forward.
And why that is important is because each time this occurs, even to the lesser degrees, not this severe, it's at least, what, $300,000 minimum, Marcus, to repair?
Yeah, we're not sure what the cost is this year. We don't even know how much of the road is still there. It's covered under, what, 4 or 5 feet of fill. So the Pompkin Wash filled up with 5 feet of sediment. And so I think the estimate right now is it will be closed for 3 weeks. 3 to 4 weeks to get all of that material removed from the area where the road was. And yes, this is not the first time. This has happened 3 or 4 times, I believe. So it's expensive and it causes disruption to the access to the neighborhood.
Well, since it's a public safety is our first priority, our first responsibility. So I think everyone agree we should look into this and see if there's a way to get that funding done? No, but we can ask him to look into it and possibly agendize it.
Yeah.
Yes.
At a later meeting. I also wanted to ask, Marcus, I get a lot of questions frequently from people about the cell, like Mayor Pro Tem said about the cell coverage. And I try to explain to people that we have no control whatsoever over public utilities, whether it's DWA or it's Edison or the Spectrum or the other cell companies. But are there ways we can put some pressure on them or ask them or encourage them to do more cell service in these areas that are so poorly served?
We can look into it. It's usually a business decision of theirs to invest in the cell tower based on the customers they think they have. I don't know that we have any way to.
I just wanted to confirm that. I just wanted to confirm publicly. There's nothing we can really do to get the utilities to do this.
No.
Okay. I'm sorry. Let me pass. Councilmember Middleton. What?
Yes. Thank you, Mr.
Oh yeah, Councilmember Middleton.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Many of the things I wanted to speak about have been spoken to, but could I get the fire chief up if he's available? So. Chief, I want to keep everyone as calm as we possibly can, but what I heard was that Araby Drive is going to be closed for approximately 3 to 4 weeks. And during that time, you're not in a position to be able to take a fire truck into Araby Cove. So what happens in case of an emergency?
So Dr. Reddy actually did a really good job of describing what we're doing. So the attack units are what we use for wildland fires. They do have water. They carry water. We have 2 of those that we feel comfortable going into that area across that road. What we can do if we have a large fire, something that takes more water, more ability to fight a fire, is we'll just hand lay large lines. So we'll hand lay and we'll get the personnel over there. Basically, we'll have above ground water supply, and we'll be able to do it. So we have the capacity to do that with large diameter hose. We have 4-inch hose. Basically, it's an above ground main.
So this is obviously a very difficult situation, but public safety is being
we can handle it.
And will be responded.
Yeah, the downside is it just takes us longer to deploy the resources to those areas, and of course, the larger the fire can grow.
Okay. Under the best of conditions, Rim Road is a difficult road. Have we done tests as to whether or not a fire truck previous to the most recent rain was capable of going on Rim Road?
And no tests that I'm aware of. That'd be a structural engineer decision. Yeah.
I think this is something where we very much need to keep the public, and particularly that neighborhood, very well informed as to exactly what the conditions are and the circumstances. This is the kind of issue for which social media can do maybe some help, although my experience is that it seems to be much better at flaming fires and emotions as opposed to getting solid information out. And we need to make sure the public knows what we have in the way of ability to respond to circumstances as they occur. So, thank you, sir. Both at Andreas Hills and at Araby Cove, I think we're learning lessons in terms of the essential need for access. And while it's laudable to try to preserve as much as we possibly can the natural environment, in Araby Cove we have hundreds of people who were unable to get access to the rest of the city for approximately 5 hours. And if there were any emergencies that needed to be responded to within Andreas Hills, no one could have gotten in there. One of the other things with regard to cell phones, I have had this reported multiple times now from other cities where there have been fires. People are used to relying now on their cell phones, and many individuals have dropped their landlines altogether, believing that the cell phone will always be there. But in case of fire, in case of flood, those cell phone towers get knocked down and become inoperable, and we need to have plans in place and a way to educate the community as to how do we respond when the cell phone doesn't work, and most particularly in cases of emergencies. So those are a couple of the issues I think we need to be looking at. Other part of town, Indian Canyon, and I've had conversations with Mr. Fuller on Indian Canyon, but we need to work with all of our local elected representatives to do whatever we can to create the ability for Indian Canyon to stay open. Not only for our residents to get out, but on a regional basis, and I've heard this directly from the mayor of Desert Hot Springs, the hospital that individuals from DHS go to is accessed through Indian Canyon. And for anyone in Desert Hot Springs, when this emergency hit, their ability to get to a local hospital was tremendously at risk because of the traffic issues. So another phone call that we received was with regard to Spectrum and their ability to consistently provide cell phone coverage. So in raising some of these issues, I'm simply trying to identify things we need to do to make sure that we're even better prepared in the future. But to every single member of our city staff who are out there in the rain, out there in those rivers, trying to clean up and prepare, the entire city owes you an incredible debt of gratitude for absolutely exemplary service. None of us woke up Thursday morning expecting almost 4 inches of rain. And I've met a few of our local weather people. They're really nice folks, but they should have told us it was going to be 4 inches. I'm joking on that. But we didn't know, and we responded as quickly as we could. And thank you to all of our people. Thank you to everyone from Caltrans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. Thank you to our city staff who really did an incredible job in keeping our residents safe. I had the same issues that residents asked about, so internet and cell phone service. I know that we don't directly regulate some of those entities, but is there a way that we could sit down with, say, Spectrum or some of those organizations to talk about emergency preparedness, because I know a lot of residents had questions. My cell phone was down for a few hours. I do have a landline because it's cheaper. It's bundled in my package. It's the only reason I have one as a young person. But it is scary that a lot of people were stranded in South Palm Springs without any service, internet, people's lights went out, and any phone service at all. So I wonder if we could look into that. Thank you to the staff for working to set up a shelter for people who are homeless at the Well in the Desert, and thank you to the Well and Arlene Rosenthal for doing that. I contacted the city and the county on that day and asked, because really the county should be working with us in emergency services, and so I actually got invited to a county encampment protocol group meeting on the 28th, so if staff is interested. So maybe we can head up with the county because as we do have people living, especially in washes, it's really dangerous, and we need to have a plan in place to take care of our nearly 200 or so homeless people living on our streets just here in Palm Springs. Another thing I heard, I know that we had the voluntary evacuation for 2 two areas of Palm Springs. And the animal shelter, which I sit on the board of as the liaison, actually volunteered to take some of those animals. And I know that they've been asking if the animal shelter can be involved in our emergency preparedness program so that if there were a much larger disaster and people had to evacuate, that they would have a place to take their pets. I know we saw that in the wildfires, like in Chico, had their whole airport set up for people's pets. So it is something that's public safety related because people might not leave if they can't take their animals or find them a safe place to go. And then my final question is just sort of when will we have an accounting of all the costs and our budget and how our budget will be impacted and a timeline for some of the other streets, since I know Farrell is really damaged and it might take a while to reopen. So people are asking me about that.
Sure. Farrell is the most significantly damaged. The cost to repair that is just under $500,000. Vista Chino and Gene Autry was essentially debris removal, so the costs there were, on the order of $20,000, $30,000. Indian Canyon, I think we're still looking at what the costs are there, but I think we're $600,000-700,000 in road cleanup and repairs. We also had damage to city buildings, leaking roofs, the Plaza Theater, Village Green, the library, City Yard. We've got staff that have been displaced as we do cleanup and remediation. So we easily have probably $250,000 in building repairs to do. And then as Dr. Reddy mentioned, the golf course has been significantly damaged and could be $1 million plus lost business revenue. So it was definitely an impact to the city.
And then we're able to apply for emergency funding from the state or federal government to cover some of those costs. Is that right?
That's right. We're working with the fire chief, with the county OES office, and we've reached out to Assemblymember Mays' office. So we're doing everything we can to get the information to the county and to the state to see if the governor will declare a disaster.
But I would note there's been no formal declaration yet, so we're hopeful that there is. But we're preparing to deal with budget issues, and we'll bring those forwards, even in the event that we don't have that coverage.
Thank you. And if we can help in any way in moving forward with getting emergency funding or talking to our representatives, I think that would be an important role for us to play. Happy to do that. Thank you.
I'd like to add, a lot of people probably don't realize that back in the far corner of City Hall, there's an emergency operations center, which I've only seen opened in the past when you guys were doing practice drills. I mean, they get together back there with the fire chief or the police chief, and the city manager and assistant city manager and other senior staff, and they do drills on an ongoing basis for fire, floods, earthquakes, etc. They have their own power back there. They have great communications, including radio communications. So in the event of emergency, they have that central place. And I dropped by there, didn't stay, and I wouldn't be in the way. But the senior staff was back there using that space. I think that was the first time I've seen it open for real.
It was activated for the first time, at least as I remember, in 18 years.
Really? So, that shows that, you guys do a lot of drills, and the fact you did such a good job was not just because you're good staff, it's because you guys practice and have done these drills, and you know what to do when these emergencies happen. So thanks for being prepared for this. Okay, any other questions? Okay, the next item A, continued from last meeting, discussion of the California Voting Rights Act Community Working Group's recommendations. Staff report, please.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, the California Voting Rights Act Community Working Group developed a series of recommendations related to removing barriers for running for and serving on City Council. The working group has submitted its recommendations for prioritizing the recommendations, and that is presented in the staff report. Staff is seeking council direction related to the implementation of these recommendations. In addition, the City Council Subcommittee on the CVRA, which are Mayor Pro Tem Kors and Councilmember Middleton, submitted their recommendations on the working group's priorities and recommendations, and I defer to the subcommittee, and I'm available for questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Kors.
Thank you, Mayor. We have something we'd like the city manager to discuss, which he may be getting from his office. So the way Councilmember Middleton and I thought we'd go through this is Councilmember Middleton would go through the recommendations in priority 1 and 3, and I'd go through them for 2 and 4 just to break it up, and then go through each one, have discussion, and give direction to staff. I think most of these, we're really providing direction. We're not doing final votes on anything. It would have to come back. Most of them would have to come back in resolutions or other means. And wanted to start if the city manager comes back. If not, I'll just discuss it briefly and we'll go back to it. Is, there has been some discussion in the media and in social media, as well as other media, about, the city is staffed more than any other city, sort of to the point of not needing, either more salaries for council or more staffing. And so I had spoken to the city manager because we hear this a lot, and we do have more staff, but to really do an apples to apples comparison instead of apples to oranges, most cities contract out police and many fire. So they're still paying those salaries if they're just not officially staff, although they're the equivalent. Other cities don't have the animal shelter, the airport, the convention center that serves all the cities here that are part of our staff. So I asked the city manager if he can just sort of explain that so people have a more apples to apples comparison, so those comments don't take a life of their own without relevant information.
Sure, in summary fashion, and doing the budgets for 18 years, you really start to understand the differences between cities. And the long and short of it is Palm Springs is an older city, one of the original cities. And so unlike newer cities who are more purely contract cities, our structure is different. So for example, Palm Springs has 485 employees, but if you look at approximately 485, but if you look at Palm Desert, they only have 112. But then the reason is they contract for police, they contract for fire. They don't deliver the level of service that we do. So for example, we just hired an additional 6 paramedics because we have the additional response of paramedics that some cities don't provide. We have an airport that other cities don't have, the convention center, a significant downtown center with so much activity. And those things require a significant amount more of employees. So it's really not apples to oranges to compare, and that's why we do have more employees, because we just simply provide larger numbers of services.
Thank you, and I do think it's important for folks to know that. We do have a lot more public safety, police, and fire personnel, and our voters approved actually an additional sales tax so we could finally fully staff both those departments for the first time in over a decade. So I think there are a lot of reasons and policy reasons. We don't have to have, the only no-kill shelter. We don't have to do those extra things, but there are things our residents wanted. So thank you for that explanation. And I'll turn it over to Councilmember Middleton to start.
I get to work through the first part of this, and I again want to thank and congratulate the working group for the thoughtfulness, the time, the energy that went into these recommendations. And I know that how much of yourselves you put into this. And I truly do recommend to anyone who has not read the report to read it and to spend time with it and to learn from the issues that were raised. Whether you come to the same conclusion on each and every issue that the working group is raising, I think you will agree with me that the working group was raising the issues that we need to be talking about and discussing. And if we ask the right questions, that is the first step to making progress. I would also make note that we've been advised to slow down on this, And in that spirit, the report of the working group on these recommendations was submitted to the public on September 20. That was 5 months ago. We are now having our first open discussion on those issues in the public. I think we are proceeding in a very prudent, responsible, and timely fashion. Thank you for the advice to slow down, because we have. The first recommendations that we have to do with compensation, and there's certainly no more controversial subject than salaries for any and compensation for any elected official or for any public servant, for that matter. One of the things that is a factor in public service is whatever your compensation is a public record. It will always be a public record. And everyone knows exactly how much you make as you move forward. And they evaluate whether or not you think you're worth it. And from time to time, they don't think we are, but we do our best. The recommendations that were made, as I understood them, were clearly directed that service on the City Council should continue to be conceived of as a part-time assignment. And I know all of us who are up here are really competitive people. We want to be the best member of City Council on this council, and we want our council to be the best. And we have a public that expects the best of us. So it is simply the case that this is not a part-time assignment. And anyone who runs for City Council learns very quickly that it is not going to be a part-time assignment, and certainly anyone who has ever served on City Council knows that it's not a part-time assignment. Not in Palm Springs. You can't do the job. It's not even part-time, just responding to the emails. But beyond that, there's a tremendous demand. What that demand does is make it possible for individuals who do not have to work during the course of the day to do this job. 10, 11 years ago, when I was still in the workforce, I could not be sitting up here doing this assignment. There would be no way that I could, at that time, as a public servant for the state of California, have balanced the demands of work, the demands of home and family, and the demands of being here. Now, as a retiree, I'm able to do so. What the working group, I believe, was trying to get across is we do not want City Council service to be limited solely to individuals who have the economic capacity and the time capacity to be able to devote full-time and more energy into this assignment and be compensated at what is clearly not even approaching. So I applaud them for trying to get greater diversity. Ultimately, Mayor Pro Tem Coors and I recommend that we take this in smaller steps. And the first step that we would like to see taken in terms of salary, and this is all of this, if ultimately approved, would be effective with the new City Council, is that we eliminate the differential between the mayor's salary and the rest of City Council and pay all 5 members of City Council the same salary, but we do not increase the net amount of compensation that is devoted to city council salaries. So not a single dime more that it costs the public. Every member of council would see a slight, approximately $3,000 raise. Whoever's serving as mayor would not get that additional $12,000 that goes to the mayor. Over the course of time, if you serve for 5 years, it would make absolutely no difference in terms of the total compensation that would be received over those years. It will not increase costs to the city at all, but it will provide at least a start to creating a better salary for city council members. In all of the studies that we do in comparing city council salaries, I think it's important, given the distinction that Palm Springs has, to also look at cities outside of the Coachella Valley. And just looking very quickly at the city of Riverside, their salary package for city council members is roughly equivalent, $41,000, to the recommendation of the working group. In Riverside, the mayor, who is a full-time mayor, receives compensation valued at over $80,000. I'm not recommending that we go there, but let's also keep in mind some of those salaries as this gets debated back and forth.
Councilmember Holstage? She's been waiting patiently.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I heard you that you want to go step by step for each one. You know, for me, I'm not there yet. I really am not. You just referenced some information about salary comparisons that I haven't seen and isn't attached to this report. So my thoughts, I wanted to speak to it more broadly, and then maybe if there are items that we agree upon or easier items, we can do that now together. I think that I think the working group did an excellent, comprehensive report. I know that they looked at a lot of that data and that information, and I've read the report a number of times, and again today. I think that this is a really good start, and I think this is really hard work and hard conversations and an interesting conversation about what the people want from their city council members. What is the role of the council in relation to staff? What are we staffed up to support? You know, what are the barriers and what will actually prevent or, excuse me, end some of those barriers for people to running and serving and being successful in these positions. So for me, I think the report is good. It doesn't seem yet vetted by our staff with staff recommendations, so I'm not sure what the subcommittee did with that, but there are a number of items that could have a fiscal impact to the city and staffing levels that we just haven't discussed, and I haven't gotten that feedback from staff. So, you know, and then just some comparison information. And I know the working group did that, but that's not in here. So for me to know what are the best practices from other cities, what are those comparable cities, what do they do, you know, what does the research show, what is data driven, what will really make an impact? Because I think we're here not to push one thing or the other, but really talk about that we've had generally one type of person sitting up here on city council for a long time. And why is that, and how can we change it? And that's a really complex conversation, and it's harder because it's about us, and so then it's hard to talk about too. And so I applaud us. Really, I think we're on the forefront of these issues, and when you're on the forefront, you're first, and we have to pave the way, and we've paved the way in so many issues. That here we are doing it again. One idea that I had for the council to consider because some of this to me seems like we're doing it piecemeal, especially because I disagree with the subcommittee's recommendations. Maybe the council will agree, but if we do it piecemeal, the things we can get majority vote on, I don't know if that's the best strategic way to really talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, and barriers to serving, and how we get working people or how we get people who haven't been represented on this dais. So my idea or my thought is to hire a diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant, or work with one on a volunteer basis, or something like that. Most organizations do that work. As an organization, we have to be doing that work because, one, it's important and it's our values. It matters what ideas we have, who is on our commissions, who is up here, what perspectives are represented. It makes us a better government. It makes us a better organization. And we also need to represent all the people. Or at least look at it more all together. So really looking, or at least having staff review this report, make additional staff recommendations, fiscal impact, staff impact, so that we can, all together, so that we can holistically look at this and then make some choices about value. Before I assign Anthony to do 20 new candidate forums and 52 in every neighborhood, I'd like to know, right, what the capacity is there. So that's my thought. Some of the other things are budget, but I think that all goes together in terms of staff capacity and budgeting as well. So maybe there are some easy, low-hanging fruit that we could do that wouldn't impact staff significantly, that we wouldn't want that information first. I'm looking at that now if you want to comment. But that was my sense, to have a high-level conversation about really where we want to go and hear from the people as we move forward in this process, what they want to see.
I'd like to add a couple comments to that. One thing, having done this for 3 years now and looking at what the new structure is going to be, I would point out that, all of us, and this has been brought up by all of us numerous times, people will email all 5 of us about a common problem that's throughout the city, or that they don't, or even in their neighborhood. And because of the Brown Act, we can't copy each other, so sometimes they get 5 answers. So we're doing 5, we're each doing an email for each one of these. We're going to be going from, although the council members will still represent the entire city, they'll only have like 9,000 in their district on average, 8,500, 9,000. So technically, council members should only be having to respond to emails from people in their districts most of the time. So that's going to take off some of the load. And also, right now, a lot of times, I know whoever's serving as mayor ends up being asked to speak all over the city to NORGs throughout the city, and other council members are, where I think once this is by districts, it would be unusual for a neighborhood organization to have a council member from another district come speak at their NORG, because that's outside of their district. So that's going to really cut down, I think, on some of the number of emails, as Councilmember Middleton talked about. It can be overwhelming, and this is going to cut down on that. The number of speaking engagements can be really heavy, and that'll cut down on that. And I can't read my notes on this other one. Also, well, it'll just, one thing I keep thinking in mind, it's really up to the individual on council, it always has been, how much time they want to put into this. I've seen some council members over the last 19 years who worked really hard all the time, and some of them did less. My predecessor phoned it in from Colorado for 4 years. So, it depends on the individual and how much they want to put into it. And the voters will decide whether they're not putting enough time in. But one thing that was not brought up that I want to ask us to look at going forward is, we've been here talking for a year about making a seat on the council more accessible to more people who have fewer resources to run. One of the strongest tools any elected official has when they run is incumbency. I really think, seriously, we should look at term limits. We should think about that as we're going forward. It's not on the recommendations, but term limits, I think, would be something we could look at. If someone does a really good job for 2 terms, perhaps, for example, 2 terms, and then they term out, then they could take take a break and then run again. But this would allow more people to be able to run, because a lot of people are just going to vote for the incumbent without really knowing a lot about what's going on. So I'd like for us to look at that. And also, Anthony and I had this discussion, which was very eye-opening for me. Former Councilmember Paul Lewin wrote a very insightful email where he talked about the fact, sorry, I'm losing my voice, where he talked about the fact that as we were seeing in some of the cities that have districts now, that people are winning in a district by 2, 3, 4, 5 votes. And they've got 8, 9 people running, and they win by 2 or 3 votes, and therefore whoever wins has a very small number of people in the district who voted for them. So his recommendation is that we do primaries. But I went and talked to Anthony about this. But Anthony, would you explain why that just really won't work?
It's not that it won't work. It's just that there was a new law, a new Senate bill that was passed, which is going to move primary elections in the statewide elections from June, as we know it, to being in March, and that's going to be effective in the election in 2020. And so future gubernatorial elections and presidential elections primaries will occur in March, which will leave an 8-month gap between March and November's general election. We need to comply with SB 415, which says that we'll always have our elections on statewide election dates, which means we couldn't hold our primary elections in June. We would need to follow SB 415 and follow the state, which is moving it to March.
Okay, thanks. See, that's something I didn't know, and I thought Paul Lewin's suggestion was really good. That's why I went and researched it. So I think to have a primary in March on city council and then the election in November would be really hard. So that's probably a non-starter. So Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate all the comments. So, as I said at the beginning, we're not making decisions tonight. We were going to go through the recommendations and have a discussion and direction on what council wanted us to do next on them. So whether that might be on some things to say, yes, bring a resolution, on other things to say, we need more information from staff or budget information, I think that makes sense. But I think we should go through them all because, if we're all on the same page, great, we're done with it. If we're not, then we need to figure out what we need to do next. I don't think it's unless we all agree, outwardly reject something without more information if it's needed. So that's sort of the goal is, do we need more information? And what our general thoughts are, because if we share our general thoughts, just take the one we're talking about on salary, with the public, when it comes back with the more information, the public will have a sense what the issues are, and it will give them the education to come back and weigh in. So that's the thought of going through each one.
I'm happy to go through each one and give direction and discuss it now. It's too bad that the Mayor Pro Tem is not here. He's the
old Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, the old Mayor Pro Tem, previous, not old, is not here since he's the other person who's working another job outside of this, and he served on another council. So I think he would have good insight and feedback. We can't control his schedule. So if we just move forward and share some comments and discussion and give direction, but then keep it open so when we do take action, he can give feedback. Because I think he has really important feedback as well.
Agreed.
Oops. We might want to have a meeting dedicated, special meeting. City councils have special meetings all the time. We just haven't done that many of them.
Yeah.
Maybe a special meeting on this to discuss it as a sole subject, because otherwise it can eat up an entire evening and then gives short shrift to everything else.
We have a light meeting tonight. But yes, we could do it when we see what's left. If there's some things we are all in agreement on or either way, and then I think that could be a good idea.
It's also useful for the public because the people who are interested in this can come to that one meeting and not have to sit through all the other stuff that we do.
Okay. So I just want to comment on the first one, which is the salary. And so really, the subcommittee actually requested the working group look at, as part of their CVRA work, barriers to people serving on council and commissions, because while districts will, the goal of districts is to enable people to run who might not otherwise be able to run citywide and get elected and have more diverse representation. If we have other barriers to service, it doesn't really do what the goal is. And so I think the questions that we need to look at as we look at this are the reality that, at least for all of us up here currently, we are working at least full-time hours, if not more than that, in this position. And the question is, does, raising the salary in the range that's talked about here really make this a viable full-time job and end that barrier to service? And that's not the goal of the working group. It was to keep it part-time, which is a little, for us, who spend more than 40 hours a week, which I think is all 5 of us in the current council. That's not always been true. That doesn't really address all of the issue. And so, when the subcommittee, Councilmember Middleton and I were talking about this, if we really want to remove barriers to service, and it'll come in a later recommendation on staffing, and it's a question I asked the city manager to think about, and we'll need more thought from him before we make the decision, is can this really be made into a part-time job? Can this be made into a job where a school teacher can do this job? Where someone who actually has, owns a retail store, who has a 9 to 5, let's just say, or 8 to 5 job, can actually do this job. And with our current staffing, that's simply not possible. We have 1 assistant to do scheduling for the 5 of us, and that's it. We respond to our own constituents. We don't have staff who, is dedicated to homelessness. It's mostly, before Councilmember Fote and I, and Councilmember Holstich and I, who are coming up with ideas, doing a lot of the work on those issues. That's true on so many of the subcommittees we work on, because we don't have a staff who work with us, who can actually go research that. It falls on, one city attorney or an already overburdened staff. So really where our recommendation, it comes in later, is can we staff appropriately for the workload so that people can actually do this as a part-time job? And I know you're giving some thought to that, and you can share your thoughts now or we can talk about that later, but that is sort of our reasoning. If without the staffing, then we'd want to see a salary commensurate with a full-time job, but with the staffing, more people, we believe, could run for and serve on council. Because there are a lot of jobs you can't take 4 years out. You can't close your store for 4 years and then come back and serve on council. And that's what you'd have to do right now. And so our focus was really on ending the barrier for people who are working full-time to be on council and be able to do this job. And that we thought was through staffing more than salary. So anyway, that was the thinking of the subcommittee, just to where our thinking sort of came down to. So I don't know if you've had enough time to give this much thought or if you want to wait for another conversation.
Both. Okay. Just generally, going with it conceptually, clearly it's a staffing issue. It's structurally set up for you to be a part-time job now. That's the structural arrangement. It's not adequate just because of the burden of the level of service in Palm Springs versus some of the other cities. So you've got, a structural arrangement that doesn't really meet the current needs of the community now. That being said, what I think is probably the easier answer is dealing with the administrative support that we have to provide to City Council. And we've done that sort of like in a Band-Aid approach over the years, not adequate. We've been doing it based on a part-time structure. So I think what I'd like to address during the budget process is probably a greater pool of administrative support for the council. So it's not really where the council is having additional staff. It's more where our capacity to deal with council's administrative needs is increased, and I think that's going to get you closer to where you need to be.
And I think that's certainly very consistent with where the subcommittee was going in having administrative staff that would be under the authority and the responsibility of the city manager. And I know there were some recommendations that would have city council essentially having staff that would be reporting directly to them. And I know that exists in some cities. It's not a model that either Mayor Pro Tem Coors and I were ready to recommend.
And I would just note, we try this, and it's certainly a flexible, fluid situation, and that could be, you know, modified as we move through time, because some council members obviously will want to use it more than others, and so I think we can accommodate it on the administrative side.
The mayor brought up the idea of perhaps dedicating a study session to this subject, and I think that would be something that would be very helpful. Mayor Pro Tem Coors and I have had a lot of opportunity to be able to exchange ideas on this, but balance of council has not, and we really need to hear from all 5 of us on each one of these subjects. And you know, once you have time to spend going through this, the subcommittee certainly came up with some ideas that we think are going to work. But every one of the recommendations that we were making was to begin a discussion. These are not final conclusions. These are the first part of a discussion.
I'd just like to add a postscript on David. I think one of the things that's worked, I found phenomenally useful is, of course, under the city charter, we're not allowed to task staff to do things. We have to go through you. But now that you have Cindy here working for you, and we can actually go to her, I found whenever I send something to Cindy, she takes care of it and sends it to the right staff member and gets it done, so without having to burden you with it. So Cindy, having you there has really been a huge help.
What we would propose to do, subcommittee, is just walk very quickly through each one of these recommendations, if you desire, so that you can offer comments, or we can defer this to the study session.
Personally, I'd rather wait until we had a little more time to look at it, and it was more time to do it. But I'll go along with the group. Councilmember Holstage?
Yeah, that was my comment, is we only have in this report, which I understand because we don't have a lot of extra time to write full staff reports, which is why it's short from the subcommittee. However, it doesn't really have any reasoning behind your recommendation, any data to support it, any comparisons that you made, any information you looked at. And so it's frustrating for me because I only have these recommendations, many of which actually are in direct opposition to the working group's recommendation, at least some. And so, you know, I'm trying to compare these, and it's just I don't have enough information. I could comment on salaries, but I haven't seen the comps. So, you know, I haven't looked at which cities provide staffing and which don't. And so, you know, and then when we're getting to do we allocate more salary to city council members? Do we allocate more staff? Do we do a car allowance or other types of things? To me, those are all one and the same. And so going one by one doesn't make sense to me because, you know, and the person who said we're making recommendations for $700,000, that's not true. These are either or choices. And so, I mean, if you want to, that would be helpful for me if you went through and explained your reasoning for each one. Is it helpful for us to comment for each item or comment at the end? What do you think would be helpful for the subcommittee? Because you're the ones who are going to take it back and work with staff.
Yeah, I mean, we could quickly go through sort of our reasoning. I mean, I think, you know, we just sort of made some brief comments on the working group report. So you had that ahead of the meeting, and the public had it ahead of the meeting. But we can go through quickly, and if there's anything specific someone wants to jump in on, just say so. Just have it more as a discussion, and then we'll do this more in depth at a study session.
So I'll start and we'll go very quickly. New candidate forum, and for those who are following, this is on page 2. Our reasoning for recommending 1 was we thought this would be a more efficient use of time on behalf of the city clerk to bring in all of the city council potential candidates and trying to do 5 individual forums for individuals who are thinking of running for office, we thought was just a bit much to begin with, although we absolutely recognize it worked very well in terms of going out to all of the neighborhoods to attract interest in, as we were looking at various districts.
And one comment on that also is, and we'll meet with the working group just also to flush out some of the recommendations, because when they talked about this, they sort of, in hosting new candidate forums on how to run for office, we weren't clear if they meant simply, here are the rules when the city clerk sits down with a new candidate, or if this was, here are the different ways you can communicate with voters. And so we just want to be clear, we think it's the former, and the latter is something, we want to reach out to some nonprofit organizations to do those forums more in different neighborhoods about, okay, how do you actually run a campaign? But we don't think that's something we should have city staff doing, because that doesn't seem like a city staff appropriate function. So, but we can talk to the working group on that piece.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think we'll just, if we can, just be in discussion mode and go back and forth. I agree with the working group that at least meeting people where they are and having forums that aren't at City Hall or the convention center is really helpful. Maybe one proposal would be to do 2 forums at our community centers like Demuth and James O'Jesse or something like that, where people go more frequently and feel more comfortable. That was the main one where I had questions about staff capacity and what we're really able to do. And another thought I had would be engaging our commissions. I know our Human Rights Commission already does outreach. So if we were to have the Human Rights Commission, it might be like a train the trainer situation where our city clerk, because we have so many wonderful volunteers with the city who are familiar with city processes and maybe could work with the city clerk or city staff to then do some of those meetings, introductory meetings for the community. So those were the ideas that I had on the new candidate forums.
Just one question. I'm taking some notes, but is someone on staff sort of noting all the ideas so we can then as a subcommittee talk about them with staff? Okay, perfect.
All right.
I think those are good ideas, by the way.
Yes.
I think 2 in the community centers is a good idea.
Good compromise.
Okay. 1C, nomination signature requirements. Here, we're not in favor of going down to 20 to something that low. That creates the opportunity that we could have individuals running who are not strongly serious candidates. One of the things that we know at each and every candidate forum that we are going to have, we need to make those forums available to every single one of the candidates, and we don't want to have barriers that make it too hard for people to get in, but we also don't want to have candidate fields where there are 5,000, 6,000 voters and 10, 15 potential candidates and no runoff or no ranked choice system. If you have a runoff or you have a ranked choice system, then you, I think, can very much look at lowering the bar to get in, because you will ultimately get someone who has majority support being elected to council.
I ask a lot of questions of staff before we have these meetings, but one thing I asked Anthony about was that ranked voting. And Anthony, you pointed out that Riverside County's not prepared for any city to do that, correct?
So when working with the working group, Riverside County does not have the technology to be able to implement ranked choice voting at this time. They're looking at upgrading their equipment over the next few years. They're not looking at ranked choice voting because they have not had any other city express an interest in ranked choice voting. And my understanding is if a particular city were interested in doing ranked choice voting, the county would expect that the city would pay the differential in the equipment cost to be able to support that.
And that would be estimated how much?
It could range from $1 million or more.
Sort of throw some cold water on that one. So, okay.
And that will also need a lot of voter education.
It's something we will get to, and we'll talk about why we think it's something that hopefully at some point in time we can consider. But you're absolutely correct. It's a very daunting financial load to take on at this point.
So on nomination signature requirements, I initially disagreed with the subcommittee's recommendation. I know the working group recommended reducing the numbers. Hearing your argument and your reasoning, that's important, especially as we think about primaries and sort of using the signatures as a mini primary to get that community support. I think my only question I got from the community or in the working group was, and from the co-chair of the working group, Alexis Ortega, was, are we going to specify if the signatures have to be from that district where you're running? To me, that makes sense that we would do that, and that's what other cities have done. Getting those signatures was one of the hardest things about running. It was very difficult. It just took a lot of time. And so, I'm concerned that when you're taking the voting population to a fifth, it will be a big barrier. So I would support probably a smaller number, but we could look at what I know you looked at what other cities did, and so did they, and most cities are very, very low. I understand the value. We really don't want to have 50 people running. Anyone could get 20 signatures. That's too low. But to get 200 signatures in your own district. We just need to really look at how that will create barriers, especially if, some of the districts like District 1 have a lot fewer registered voters. You might have fewer in your family and that so we just have to think about how that will play out.
Yeah, and so currently it's 80 signatures. It's not 200. So, and well,
it's 80, but you get a sheet with 200 because about
120 spots.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I don't have any of this information in my report.
Oh, it's here. Yeah, 80, no more than 120.
Okay.
Yeah, is in the report. So that's the current.
Okay.
And yeah, some people want to get more in case some of the signatures aren't valid, although, I know for me, I checked my signatures before I went and kept on going to make sure they matched the right address and they were in my district.
But 25% of mine were bad.
Wow. And you still got elected, so that's
good.
Well,
people say they live in Palm Springs and then they don't.
Yeah. And so what's important on it, and we can decide on what that number is, and it's that point, is that, you want people who are actually going to run serious campaigns and not just doing it so they're in debates. Because, when you go to some of the candidate interviews, if there are 30 people in the room, especially now that we're doing districts, no one gets to talk or really at the forums. It was hard enough if we went to any of the mayor's forums. Everyone got like a minute or 30 seconds and you really didn't get much answer, any back and forth. And so to run in a district, people are going to have to knock on a lot of doors, right? We're talking a lot of doors. That's what these campaigns are going to turn into. And for those of us who ran citywide, we also knocked on a lot of doors. So if someone's doesn't want to walk in their neighborhood to get a certain number of signatures, more than 20, they're probably not very serious about doing the work to meet with all the voters in their district to get elected. And so that's what we're trying to reach that number, and we can talk what that number is, but that is the reasoning.
Thank you. Yeah. We know Goldilocks' number is there somewhere, and it's probably between 20 and 80.
So the next thing, which I'll cover, is priority 2, which is boards and commissions. And that we actually, most of those I think take less conversation, and we're pretty much in agreement on most. But I think some needs clarification. So the first is to do survey, basically find out the demographics of people sitting on our boards and commissions, so we have that data. Obviously, we should make that voluntary if people don't want to fill it out. But we should do that. So we were in full agreement on that. But we sort of put this here, but we also are recommending that we eliminate the requirement that applicants have to be registered voters in Palm Springs to serve on a board or commission, and replace it with a requirement that applicants must have their primary residence in Palm Springs. And that takes a lot of barriers for people to serve. People who, youth who can't register to vote who want to serve. People, you know, and we've had some great people who have thought about serving who are here, you know, on their green cards who can't serve. Undocumented people. You know, we represent not just the voters, we represent everyone, and we want to hear from everyone. So the thought was to have that barrier removed for boards and commissions. But what we do want is that this is people's primary residence. You know, some people vote here, it may not even be their primary residence. They have to put in writing and sign that this is their primary place of residence. And we felt that was the priority. So I don't know what the rest of council thinks on that, but let me go through all these and see where we're in agreement. The second is to monitor the city's progress on diversifying our boards and commissions on an annual basis and have the Human Rights Commission take responsibility. We thought that was a great idea. We support that. 3 is having the city clerk file the report as a receive and file for the city. I think that's a great idea, as does Councilmember Middleton. There was discussion of creating a focus group composed of prominent Latino, African American, Asian leaders to aid with diversity outreach, and put that under one of the department heads and consider hiring a diversity consultant. So we support doing a focus group, but it's going to be a budget issue that we need to look at. So we'll need that, David, as we look about it. But not just Latino, African American, Asian leaders, but really look at all the things that make up diversity, whether it's working parents or whatever it may be, to see what kind of outreach we need to do. We do think having some kind of diversity, inclusivity, whether it's a man, you know, as Councilmember Holstich talked about, whether it's a consultant we work with, as we did for this process, whether it's a staff person, is something we should have further discussion on and get budget impacts from you. Develop and implement recruitment program which increases outreach to identify diversity measure groups. And we generally support this. I mean, they're thinking 30,000 annually, but we'd really want more budget information. And just the outreach we did this time, we had more than double the number of applicants for boards and commissions we ever had. And we're already seeing more diversity on boards and commissions from the outreach we did as part of this process. So we know that works, and we know we want to continue it. So we support that. Developing a Citizens Leadership Academy, which is a great idea, and other cities have done it. But we really need to get a sense on cost for that. They have some estimates here, about $3,000 to $5,000 per session, but let's look into that, and we can work with you to try and get that data. Standardizing the interview process for all the boards and commissions. We're fine with sort of having an initial set, but obviously flexibility with follow-up questions. We support developing a new commissioner orientation and training program, and actually including that for new city council members. It's something that the task force recommended, the training group, and I think something we really need to figure out how we can get going. Moving board and commission meetings to the evening, so we support and recommend the default time being no earlier than between 5 and 6 p.m. And if there's a commission or board that there's a justification for it, they can make that and bring it to council for consideration. An annual recognition program, plaques or recognition event. So we very much support that. We think we do need to do that. We think, we need to think about how we acknowledge people who applied. I know the city clerk reaches out to all of them who don't get accepted, and whether some of the boards and commissions want to have, some of them talked about having working groups and inviting some of those people to work with those boards and commissions so that when they apply next time, they have the experience they might not have had before.
Actually, Council Mayor Pro Tem Coors, I know we used to have every year an annual boards and commissions dinner at the convention center, and the council would, they have a program, present them with awards, so that would be an easy thing that we could reinstitute.
Great. Consolidating existing boards and commissions and increasing the responsibilities to the remaining ones. So we think that's a really good idea. And two things. So one, we sort of went through the list with the city manager on those, and the thought was that the Board of Appeals, which doesn't even have a quorum of their members appointed, and it's been very tough to get people on that one. I think we just actually got someone to apply, but that should really go under Administrative Appeals Board because that one almost never meets, and so that was one consolidation. The Bid Advisory Board, which is all vacant and doesn't meet, we should eliminate. The Rent Review Board, which also has, I think, a lot of vacancies and doesn't meet, to potentially put an Administrative Appeals Board, and that the Personnel Board be done by a professional hearing officer who actually has expertise in those areas. So that was our initial thoughts. We can bring those back, but with more city staff information on what they think makes the most sense. Reduce the number of city council subcommittees, which we have done, by the way, at our last meeting. I thank Councilmember Middleton and the mayor for taking the lead. Establish a youth commission. So we really like this idea, but what we want to first do is have one, establish a joint meeting with Palm Springs Unified School Board District, and then talk to them and have them talk to their students and get their students to tell us whether they want a commission or there's something else they want. We really want to hear from the students how they want to work together. So that we're not against a youth commission. We just want to first go through the process of working with the school district. You know, they have their leadership class, and to really talk to them about what they want. So we're very open to this, just because that came up in public comment. It was just we first want to really have the school district talk to the students, but we thought it'd be a really good idea for us. We do it with the tribe to set up an annual meeting to discuss overlap issues, because many have come up, but you know, we do those sort of as one-offs, and really to have an annual meeting with them, and this would be something we'd want to do sooner than later. So if everyone's in agreement, you know, that may be something we want to get scheduled. Reserving one seat on each commission for someone active in the workplace on 14. So for us, this was, you know, one person from the workplace, but how about a working parent, a non-working parent who stays home? I mean, how are we picking what that is? So what we really want to do is figure out how we diversify based on those various factors and not sort of set one aside for this or one aside for that unless there's an expertise needed, but make the effort, and I think moving the time of the meetings is one of the things so people in the workforce can participate. And two more. Create an appointment policy recognizing unique perspective, skills, and diverse backgrounds. And we support that, and I think we've started doing that, and some of the appointments I think show that we're really looking on commissions for people who may not have the quote-unquote expertise of the policy area, but represent, you know, whether it's working people or neighborhood communities or people who have lived in Palm Springs and have that experience. So we want different experience. We don't want everyone with the same experience on any commission. So we support that, and then welcoming and create a welcoming environment for members with children, which we support as well. Is there anything else?
Just one quick addition. We want to review the possibility of providing a stipend for members of boards and commissions, and that essentially is a per diem payment. We did a little bit of research, and we think there needs to be more in terms of cities that do provide some type of per diem payment for individuals who are on boards and commissions. I know for a number of our board commissioners, they don't need the money. But if we're trying to increase the diversity of people who are on our boards and commissions, then we also need to respect the fact that for many individuals, they are living on a budget, and time that they are devoting to the city is time that they're taking away from being able to earn the income that they need.
And so, and we should discuss that, but sort of my preference on that, and just to add to the discussion, is that we look at expense reimbursement for things such as transportation, to participate in childcare. So the people who actually need it, and that's the barrier, have access to that rather than giving every commissioner a stipend. But we do want to address that issue. So there are just a couple ways to address it. So that's it for that issue.
Yeah, can I make one comment though? You know, I think it's great. Like you said, we've been did a lot of outreach and got more people to apply, particularly people, minority groups. But I hate to see us get to the point where we have one of the things we always comment on is the wealth of experience and talent we have in the city. I hate to see us get to the point where we have a very talented and experienced person. We go, well, you're really the most qualified, but we're not going to appoint you because we haven't met our quotas for minorities, females, millennials, et cetera. So, you know, I don't want us to get to the point where, you know, where white males are going to say, well, no need to apply because, you know, I'm not one of the minorities. I mean, we have to be careful in not taking this diversity and political correctness amok.
Well, and I don't think that's what we're talking about. And no one's.
But it gives, to me, it sends that message.
Well, I think when we talk about, you know, and this is just, you know, my view, but when we talk about what makes someone qualified to serve on a commission, it's not simply, let's just use planning commission, that you've been a planner for 20 years, right? How many? Do we need 7 people who have planning background? No, we need people who have different backgrounds and different perspectives. Residents who experience the impacts of planning in lower income neighborhoods, that's an important perspective to have on the Planning Commission. I wouldn't say that should be everyone either. It's having diverse views on the Planning Commission, diverse life experiences. And I think we did that, you know, as a council in our recent appointments to the Planning Commission, right? We had people who had very high qualifications as planners, but we felt we had a lot of those, and we wanted someone who had, you know, lived here their whole life and represented a different demographic. And so it's not a quota, but it's having diverse experience coming to council and making sure we have people who represent our residents on there, not just people who have been architects and planners. We have our own planner expert on staff, and we have many of those folks. We don't want a commission, as I'm sure you wouldn't, that's made up of all lawyers. Exactly. Amen. So, you know, we want different life experience, and that's really, I think, what this is saying, as opposed to quotas or anything like that.
This is the part of all the recommendations all together that sort of makes my head spin just because there are so many and it does impact our staff in this city. We have a big issue on our boards and commissions. They're not diverse. They don't represent the residents. We have a lot of boards and commissions that have 1 woman on them out of 9 or 11. It's a big problem, and it is not because they're quotas, but because democracy works better when people bring different ideas to the table and different experiences. We have to have parents on our Parks and Rec Commission because they have to tell us what it's like to have kids at the parks. We have to have people who experience the city in different ways. We have to have renters. We just appointed a renter to the Planning Commission because we need people who interact with the city differently, people who walk through the city. If we don't have those people, then we leave voices and viewpoints just out of the conversation, and we're weaker for it as a city. So that's why it's important. For all of this, I agree mostly with your recommendations. It's, to me, an area that someone who works in diversity, equity, and inclusion could give us some real expertise. I have a number of friends who work in the field for large tech companies. I'm sure I could help find a volunteer to do it for us.
Yeah, we love volunteers.
So I think that's, you know, I think what we need also is for people who are involved in this work to tell us what they need, like to engage the commissions in some of these conversations since they're doing this work. So I won't go through and comment. I think I, in general, agree with most of these. You know, I would like to see a youth commission, but we have to have a larger conversation about the existing commissions and how those are working and how they are interacting with city council. So I think these are all really great ideas, and I, in general, support them, and I'll comment more in depth as we sort of move through this once we get staff recommendations and advice.
feel very strongly that diversity makes organizations stronger, not weaker. And the greater diversity that we can bring to our boards and commissions, that is something that, that we need to do. And in our city, we are incredibly blessed with exceptional talent that is willing to give of themselves to the city. And we need to ensure that we respect that and that we embrace it, but that we also reach out to people who've not traditionally understood that the door was open to them at City Hall and that their experiences would be valued. Let me move on to number 3, priority 3, number 1. This is a recommendation, again, going back to something that I think the city manager will be working on as part of budgetary process, recommendation that we increase the administrative support to city council. And again, this is administrative support that would be managed through the city manager's office and be available to use as the city manager believes is most appropriate. But our recommendation was that we have 2 additional executive assistants and thereby be able to dedicate 1 executive assistant to whoever was serving as mayor. And then every 2 city council members would share an executive assistant. And again, that's a preliminary recommendation to start a discussion, and we'll look forward to the budgetary process for the city manager to come back with what's the most appropriate recommendation. But this is someone that can help with scheduling, help with some of the email conversations that we have, and make sure that we are where we're supposed to be when we're supposed to be there, and that we have an opportunity to be on the telephone responding to constituents and responding to our community. Next recommendation was to add a shared legislative analyst, and we certainly appreciate the need to be able to do additional research. One of the things about being on city council is you're constantly responding to this book and to the emails and issues that come in, and some of those long-range goals that you have, that you want to try to see the city take and do something different without having the ability to have someone who can do the research, it becomes much harder to make something like that happen. But we don't think that's the right step to go forward at this stage. We also do not believe that adding a contracted personal assistant for each city council member is the right step to take at this time. There was a recommendation from the working group that city council members receive a car allowance. Certainly any city council member can turn in mileage for travel that they take. Most of us do not do that because it's just too time-consuming to take and do. So we think the idea of a car allowance that is tied to what the city manager receives in terms of a car allowance is a responsible compromise. And
just one comment on that. Just as we look at this, and because I remember this came up when we all talked at a public meeting, or maybe I just talked with the city manager, is if we did, track it for 2 months to have a sense on what our reimbursement would be. I mean, the idea of this is to make it more convenient than the cumbersome process of government forms for reimbursement. I didn't even know we could get reimbursed.
Well, we certainly can for when you travel outside. Like when you go to conferences and things of that nature. But I would recommend just a car allowance would be just administratively more efficient than trying to track all your miles. So I would just recommend a car allowance would make sense.
Okay. So I was just figuring out the amount. That might be one way to do it, is just track it for,
Yeah,
right?
well-
Driving to and from City Hall doesn't count. That's the workplace, but it's going to all the other meetings, I think, is what they're suggesting.
Well, I have a question on that. Dr. Reddy, what is the mileage allowance right now? 50 cents a mile or something?
Nancy, help. You should know. Yeah, 53.
Okay, so I mean, $500 a month, if it was $500 a month, that's like almost 1,000 miles a month. And I know I've been paying attention to this, and I put less than 8,000 miles a year on my car. And I'd say probably 80 or 60 to 70% of my car mileage is city related. So I don't think I put more than 5,000 a year on my car. Well, so
well, I would note,
500 is ridiculous.
Most of the year, the city has traditionally supplied the mayor with a vehicle.
Yeah, but
by the way,
the car you wanted to give me, I'll forget it.
There is that.
Like I'm going to drive around in a Ford Focus Fusion SUV. No. That's a choice we all make, but I think it's a choice too. I mean, if people don't want to take, if we've got all this staff we're going to have now, we can have the staff keep track of our mileage for us. I mean, it's not a big deal.
And that's why I think we should at the very least, keep track of it for a period of time to have a sense of what we are actually using before we would set any amount, if that's what we choose to do.
Again, this is something for us to take and study and take a look at. So recommendations 5 and 6 relate to childcare, and we are supportive of doing a study of childcare. What's the best practices in other cities? It got missed inadvertently from the report. One of the things we do think is very important is if ultimately there was a decision that childcare was appropriate for city staff, city council members should not receive any preference, and that it should be the kind of benefit that we were enacting for all of our employees, and that whoever was serving on city council would also have an opportunity to participate in that.
And the last issue really deals with how we do voting and recommendation to look at the feasibility of ranked choice voting, which we've done. Councilmember Middleton and I are going to see if we can sit down with our county supervisor on this, and maybe this is something we need to sort of bring through the Riverside League of Cities to see where other cities are, to look at it. Because ultimately, I mean, the cost is not something I don't believe, would choose to take on our own. But long term, it is a really good solution because, the problem with, the main problem we talked about was, you have 7, 8 people running, people can get elected with less than 20% of the vote. And so the other answer, of course, is the primary. But I think, as the mayor mentioned, and we've talked about, to have a March primary and an November election, there are 2 problems. People will be running for a year and a half, which is really hard, and talk about a barrier. And people who have to run 2 campaigns, which is also a barrier for people who work and can't raise the funds, can't take the time to have to run twice. So, sometimes, as in our last county supervisor race, only 2 people ran, so it's over in the primary. But we've never seen something like that in Palm Springs. And that's the concern, that we're adding another barrier. So there is no really good solution that we can come up with other than to really see what we can do to get the county, and hopefully we can do that before the study session on this, to see if there's some pushing we can do on them to really look in and reach out to other cities as other cities are moving to district. Their experiences, they may like this idea as well. So I think we're committed to doing that work and seeing where we can get on that. And that's it, because the selection of mayor and mayor pro tem are a separate item. So let me ask a question, because a couple times you said, and I totally understand it, not having spent the time we did, that your head was spinning with so many things. So, but if we do all this in one study session, or do you rather break it into different issues? Okay. Just want to make sure that we don't that we do it in a way that we can get through it in a way that helps everyone who's involved.
I would like it, if possible, to be a study session where the working group can be present at that study session, and we have an opportunity to fully engage with everyone in the study session as a part of our review.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. You know, and this is sort of where I diverge from the subcommittee's recommendations, and it's about priorities and what will actually allow people to run and to serve. And I'm not sure that a car allowance, I agree that it's very high. It's more than my car payment. So is maybe not necessary. But when you're looking at the fiscal impact of the car allowance, which is looking here, $30,000 annually, or a per diem of $26,000 to $45,000, you know, why is the subcommittee making the choice to put that money there as opposed to city council pay? And I think it's important because I think when candidates decide to run, especially working people, you go and look online at the salary. That's what I did when I decided to run, to see if I could afford it. Now, I didn't know that I wouldn't be able to really have another job while doing this. I thought I could do both, and I spent a year working 2 full-time jobs. So for the person in the public who said no one will work 2 full-time jobs, I just spent a year doing that, really campaigning, so almost 2 years. Lots of people in our community do work 2 full-time jobs, and a lot of them work at minimum wage. So I'm very privileged that that I have flexible jobs. But I think that when we're talking about people who aren't involved in city government or haven't traditionally been involved, they're not going to know what the staffing support is. They're going to go online and they're going to look at the salary. And so I just think we need to do real work with people. You know, I can share my personal experience, not because, you know, for me, I'm lucky I have a partner. You know, I can choose right now to only do city council. Most people aren't in that position. So I want to hear from those people about what will make a difference versus city council saying, well, we think a car allowance will make a difference, or we think, you know, staff will make a difference, when we don't necessarily know that to be the fact. And I'm concerned about the cost of staffing. So I mean, to add administrative staff is a huge amount of cost. So maybe $100,000 or more, probably with benefits per administrative staffer. I don't know if you put it here. It's not here. So when we look at the budget information, but in terms of CalPERS obligations and benefits, I'm really concerned about our PERS liability. And if and that's the question to the people. I work for the people, we all do. So what do you want us to do? Do you want a council member replying to your emails? And do we want to compensate council members for their time in doing that type of work? Or do we want staff doing it? And I also think the staff support is really up to the city manager. In our charter. And so it's a budget conversation, but we really need to have that conversation. But if we're looking at hiring 3 staff members, maybe that's like $25,000 per council member over a salary increase, but it includes ongoing obligations, a new department, more burden on our existing staff to supervise those staff, that sort of thing. So I think that these are all either or conversations, and we just need more information and real work to figure out what will make an impact and what won't. And, you know, I understand it's politically difficult to have these conversations, but it's important to have difficult conversations because we do want to make sure that everyone can run and serve, and that we make an impact on that and not just, you know, pay lip service to it.
And so I want to weigh in a little on that. You know, on the car allowance, that's sort of why, you know, as we talked about it, it's really more the reimbursement, but how to do that in a logical way, which was why the idea we wanted to raise, you know, we put that in sort of for here, but is to really see what our mileage is, because I don't think any of us have ever submitted, as far as I know, mileage reimbursement when we go all through the valley to meetings, when we go to various meetings, and really have a sense at least people are made whole for those costs. As far as, the other issues, it goes both ways. If we increase our salaries, our PERS increases, right? Our PERS is based on the salary amount. So I'm just saying, all this has budget implications, every piece of it, and so it is either ors. And but I think we need to be, really forthright that, in the current world, these are full-time jobs, and part of that is staffing, part of that is demands, and that increase in salary from the working group wasn't meant for this to be a full-time job, but the reality is it already is. So in my first year, I had another job, and I cut that job to 20 hours a week, and it still was not manageable. To find the time to do that job and this one and do them the way they needed to be done didn't really work. So I ended that other job, and I was lucky I was able to do that. Not everyone is. So I think that is the conversation with the community is, if we're going to do the amount of work we do and go to the amount of meetings we do and meet with the number of constituents we do, we need to be clear that this is a full-time job, and then what does that entail? Or do we want these to be part-time jobs, and is there a way to make that work? And to me, that was, for Councilmember Middleton and I, that was a conversation, and we came more on the line of part-time because some people couldn't do this unless we address that workload in some way. And if we can't, then we need to pay as full-time. But those are the things I think we need to have that's going to be the bulk, I think, of the discussion that we all need to have and to be really thoughtful about on how we get there. Because I think the goal is the same.
Right.
And it will hurt people, right? I think to the mayor's point, right? People will judge if people who don't work as much shouldn't get reelected. Well, that makes it really hard for a working person to run against someone who's retired. Because you can say, I'll work full-time because I don't need to make money. Well, you're just now excluding a whole bunch of people from being able to run for council. So how do we balance all of these things is, I think, ultimately the discussion. And and I think it really needs to start is, what is our real goal? Mm-hmm. Is the real goal is that anyone can serve even if they're working in a full-time job? Or is it to pay people adequately so they can do this job without other employment if they don't have other means? And those are different. That's, I think, the fundamental decision we have to do first before we even get to those other pieces.
I agree.
So to bring this back and...
we're just saying the questions that we have to ask, and that's what we need from the people is, because I would prefer this, I think it should be a part-time job in theory, and you can work on the side. The way it is now, I'm here to tell you, you cannot work another job on a full-time level and do this work. So sorry to all the candidates who are running. You cannot. I had the world's most flexible job. I was a lawyer. I'm able to, get paid and compensate my time, and absolutely not. It's not possible right now. Now, maybe, why is that? Is it the culture of this council? I know some council members up here campaigned on being full-time. Sometimes that's what some of the people demand, what our residents demand. So it's just a conversation about, we used to be a part-time council. People were more in an oversight capacity, like the council meetings in many other cities that are 2 hours long or 3 hours long, and they're not here right now like us. And so why is that? And is it really practical that it will be a part-time job again? How will districts impact the workload and the hours that we have to spend? Or if we recognize that people are getting paid minimum wage or around that for some of this work, is that what we want to compensate our elected? So it's just up to the people. I want to hear from everyone what they want from us.
When we had our extended meeting, we can also discuss, we haven't really dug into it, will going to districts reduce the amount of time each council member will need to work?
So this conversation, one of the things, as I listen to everyone across the spectrum in all of the comments, it comes back to trying to break barriers down and to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to serve. And today, as Councilmember Holsted said, if you still need to earn a living, It is extremely difficult to serve on the Palm Springs City Council. The time that you have to devote to this assignment just makes it very, very difficult to do that. So structurally, are there some ways that we can make that easier for people to take and do? I hope we can, and I think we can, because I can tell you that having the experience and having the perspective of someone like Christy Holstage sitting on this council makes us a better council, and we need to do more to make sure that individuals who are young and still in the workplace have an opportunity to serve.
Are we finished with this yet? Can we stop now on this? Okay. Okay, so the next item is we go into public, we haven't even started the real work of the evening yet. It's 9:30. Next.
Do you want to take a short
item
break?
is public hearings, so let's take a short 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Then we'll start the actual meeting. get started again? Please take your seats. Okay, the next item is public hearing number 2A, request by the City of Palm Springs for a zone text amendment to amend Palm Springs zoning code sections 91.00.10 and 92.01.01 and 93.23.14 relating to accessory second units in residential zones. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, due to the hour and the items that you still have on the agenda, I'm going to make my presentation very brief. The ordinance that you have before you this evening is relative to changes to our accessory dwelling unit ordinance, and this is really due to changes in state law. There were two bills that became effective in 2018 that made some changes to facilitate the development of accessory dwelling units. And so for that reason, we are proposing to make changes to our ordinance so that we're consistent with state law. The things that are being changed, again, are consistent with what the state has done. One of the things that I failed to adjust in our ordinance on page 47 in the legislative draft ordinance, we have a requirement for a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet. However, with our new small lot ordinance, Planning Commission has recommended that we allow accessory dwelling units on lots as small as 5,000 square feet. And so I would just request that change in the ordinance this evening. The other things that are being changed relative to state law, parking requirements are being reduced. The approval process is also being simplified. In the past, we had required land use permits. Now, per state law, it's going to be a ministerial process, and so applicants will just need to submit a building permit application. They won't have to submit a land use permit application. And then we're also putting in a time frame to approve those applications no longer than 120 days, and so we have a deadline relative to that. And then finally, simplifying the requirements relative to utility connections and separate metering and fire sprinkling requirements. This is, again, is all in state law. And so with that, I will conclude my remarks to you. Happy to answer any questions that you might have on these changes.
Okay, Councilmember Holstage. Questions of staff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't mean to be in the queue, but I am, so I will take that opportunity. Thank you. I just have a few questions for you, Director Fagg. On page 3, I'm just trying to understand some of the proposed amendments. So the first one that I have a question about is the concurrent rental of an accessory second unit and the primary residence. And it says the proposed amendment is permitted at the discretion of the director, and the request needs to be submitted as a land use permit application. But I saw above, we're typically not requiring a land use permit for these types of ADUs or accessory second units. So can you explain why and the reasoning we would require it there?
Certainly, and this goes back to the discussion that the City Council had back in 2015 when we had that series of amendments go through the process. One of the concerns is that accessory second units or accessory dwelling units are intended to be rental properties and not vacation rentals. And so in order to do that, we established that they couldn't be rented for less than 30 days. We've actually adjusted that to 28 days to follow along the lines of our vacation rental ordinance. But there was also a concern that people would be renting out the primary residence and the accessory dwelling unit at the same time. And that's not the intent. The intent is to have the owner on the property and renting out the accessory dwelling unit for long-term housing. And so in order to prevent that, we had in the 2015 ordinance that only upon the approval of the planning director would they be allowed to do that. What we've done in order to place conditions on it is to do that by a land use permit process. So it's only in the instance where a property owner wants to rent both the primary residence and the accessory dwelling unit at the same time when they are not in residence on the property.
So why is that? You said it's not the purpose. It doesn't go to the goals of this. So why is that?
Because, again, it's intended that the property owner would live on the property and then rent out the accessory dwelling unit as affordable housing.
By state law or by our goals for these types of units?
It was by the city's goals for these types of units, so that again, that they're not used as rentals or vacation rentals.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 5, it continues the table for required off-street parking spaces, and letter E says when there is a car share vehicle located within 1 block of that. And I just didn't know what that meant and how that would work.
This is directly from state law. This is one of the parking waivers that's permissible. And so in terms of this process where we see waivers from the parking standards, how we would handle that process now with our simplified approval process is that upon the submittal of a building permit, where they are requesting a waiver of the parking requirement, and again, we're only requiring 1 additional space for the unit. If they are requesting a waiver, planning staff would just verify that they meet any of those conditions. So if they're within a half-mile of public transportation, or there is a car share that is listed on a website available within a block of the proposed accessory dwelling unit, then staff would be able to approve that waiver.
And then how does the replacement of off-street parking spaces work when it's required?
What we do is, for example, when someone is converting a garage to an accessory dwelling unit, we have them at that same time identify how those spaces will be replaced. Most often it's through a carport structure, and that we permit the carport structure at the same time that we do the accessory dwelling unit. So it's something that's handled under the building permit process.
Thank you. And then my last questions are on page 6. So the last part of the table talks about a utility meter. So we're not requiring it in the proposed amendments when the accessory dwelling unit is contained within the existing space of a single-family residence.
Mm-hmm.
So if it is a separate unit apart from the main structure, then a separate utility meter would be required?
Correct.
And why is that?
Again, it's just to separate the two in terms of the utility metering so that you can charge utilities separately for the accessory dwelling unit.
Is that a burden on these units?
It can be.
Aren't those expensive?
Yeah, it can be for the second meter. And if that's something that you would like to modify, we could certainly consider that here at first reading.
Thank you. And then my last question is, I saw the Planning Commission voted 6-1, 1 being opposed, and it didn't say why that person was opposed.
The reason why that individual was opposed was relative to the restrictions that we have relative to vacation rentals and accessory dwelling units. It was felt by that planning commissioner that we already have many accessory dwelling units that are being done as vacation rentals, and their only objection was to the language preventing that.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
I want to pick up on that theme. So the language that we have here will prohibit clearly an accessory unit being used as a vacation rental?
Correct. It does not allow the rentals for less than 28 days.
All right. Good. I think that is important. I want to turn to page 15 in the report. And that's a question. An accessory dwelling unit shall conform to setbacks, but if it is not conforming to present setback requirements and was legally permitted, then it may be converted into an accessory dwelling unit. So that could be a garage, it could be a carport, any structure. Is that correct?
That's correct. And again, that language is straight from state law.
Straight from state law. Now, for many of our older homes, those carports, garages, and other kinds of units, tracking whether or not they had a permit when they were erected can be a very difficult process. And so how are we going to handle that garage that's been sitting there for 30, 40 years? And
I will admit that is a very difficult process. We've been through a number of situations where Carports have been built. We haven't been able to establish exactly that permits were issued for the carport, and sometimes we do have that situation. What staff will do is we will research to the best of our ability to see if there is either documentation or else by simply doing, looking at the aerial photos of the property to see when the structure was established. There have been changes to our zoning regulations where setbacks have increased, and that is the cause of many of the structures being legally non-conforming. But again, staff would need to do the research in order to do that.
Good. On page 5, fire sprinklers, is that out of state law?
Correct. We are just mirroring the language in state law.
So we have no flexibility there.
Correct.
I know it adds to expense, but it is a safety measure.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Director Flynn, I know there's some things they talked about. You talked about distance from the property lines, but I didn't see anything about lot coverage. I know right now we have, a maximum lot coverage we can have with a single-family unit. So would this reduce the amount of of open space, or?
No, it doesn't impact lot coverage requirements. So for example, in our R1A, R1B, R1C districts, there's a maximum of 35% lot coverage for all roof structures on the property. So that's the principal residence, that's the garage structure, that's the accessory dwelling unit. We still have to comply with our lot coverage requirements. So no, you cannot exceed that with the accessory dwelling unit.
So we didn't change that?
No,
I couldn't find it in the report. That's what I'm going to ask you. When you're talking about the casitas, vacation rentals, I think some people, some of the older homes like in Old Las Palmas and Vista Las Palmas, probably more in Vista Las Palmas, have fairly large casitas that they use as vacation rentals, I think. And especially the ones that have a small Pullman kitchen or whatever you call it, put a small kitchen in those things. So would those people be grandfathered, or would they also then be precluded from using those as vacation rentals?
If they had established the use prior to the adoption of the ordinance in 2015, then they would be able to continue to do that. And if they have continued their vacation rental permit, and that's still active and valid.
Okay, well, what about home shares? Because, these would also qualify as home shares, I guess. If somebody's living there and they're renting out their casita or this additional unit, home shares can be for less than 30 days, right?
Yes. Yeah, they are under the vacation rental ordinance.
Home share is a different thing than a vacation rental, right? So would this mean vacation rentals and home shares? So
I believe in looking at the vacation rental ordinance, they would be able to do the home share in the primary residence. I believe that's the intent of the home share. But I don't believe that they'd be able to do it in the accessory dwelling unit.
Okay. Make Jeff Kors proud of me, I'm going to ask this. Is there any requirement to have solar panels on these accessory dwelling units?
No, we don't have a requirement to include solar panels on the accessory dwelling units. The Planning Commission had a discussion about this when we were considering the solar policy that we've since adopted, that we are requiring it for new primary residences, but we haven't required it for accessory dwelling units. That comes down to a policy decision of City Council. It becomes another barrier to accessory dwelling units. But certainly it helps us in terms of our sustainability goals. So again, we aren't requiring it for these, and that might be a discussion that you all would like to have.
Okay, thank you. What about the, one thing that I'm sort of curious about is the improved pedestrian access from a street or an alley. It used to be required, now it's not required. Passageway is no longer required for an accessory dwelling unit. I mean, how people are going to get in and out unless without going through somebody's carport or going through their house or something then?
They are required to have an exterior entrance to the accessory dwelling unit and then a pathway. I think what we have done is taken out the barriers, if you will, in terms of the design of the accessory dwelling unit. But yes, you still have to have an accessible path to the accessory dwelling unit. It does have to have an exterior door.
But passageway is no longer required, so passageway I see defined as something that's paved or in some way and actually is a natural passageway through the side of a house to get to the back. So that wouldn't be required anymore.
No, you would still have some type of a sidewalk or a paved path to the front door. It's just the requirement that you had to have a roofed or covered passageway is no longer there.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Great. Thank you. And those were all great questions because a lot of mine were answered. But I do have a little follow-up, and then obviously we'll have conversation after about all of these items like the solar issue, which I appreciate you bringing up. But some of these have been discussed, but I have just an understanding. So on the concurrent rental of an accessory unit and the primary residence, inside the LUP, it's permitted at the discretion of the Director of Planning Services. So what would make you say yay or nay?
Under extenuating circumstances, let's say, for example, the property owner is transferred out of the community by job or some other circumstance. Under a temporary situation such as that, I think we would consider the rental of both units separately. But I can't think of many other situations where that would be applicable. If they were, using this as an income property, for example, I don't think that would be a reason to approve the rental of both of those units.
Okay, so I do think just when we get back to that, that's a policy conversation because in a way it becomes like a duplex, multifamily housing where both are rented. So I just want to flag that for a conversation, what we want to do there because we do want more rental housing. On the off-street parking, on the issue about a shared vehicle, so it's sort of interesting. Do we know how that's defined? Because if you take Uber rideshare companies as a shared vehicle, they're within one block very quickly. If it means you're sharing a vehicle with another person or there's some car share program within a block, which seems really short for that, one block. So can we get... Do you have more information on that, or can we get it?
I believe
what our flexibility is there.
Yeah, I believe that it's intended that it's the companies where you can rent a car for a couple of hours, and I forget the names of them. I'm sorry. Yeah. With Lyft and Uber, they've kind of gone by the wayside. Zipcar, I believe, is one of those. So it's looking at those type of companies who have cars available within one block of the residence. That would be the situation where a parking waiver would be permissible.
So under state law, we're required to have on-site parking, or is that our rules?
It is our rules. In the actual bills and the language of state law, it states that we can require no more than one space per bedroom or one space per unit, whichever is less.
But we could say we don't care if there's on-site parking if we want. That's
correct.
An option. Okay.
You have that ability to do that.
We've talked about the utility meter. So on vacation rentals, my understanding is that we're still giving permits to people who have, since 2015, that you can get a permit for your casita as long as you're not renting the other part of the house as a vacation rental.
Yes, that's happening.
Okay, so that's somewhat in conflict with our current law here, and we should talk about that. What we don't allow is both the residence and the other property, both to be vacation rentals. But we allow one to be as long as the owner is using the other one or not renting the other one as a vacation rental. So there may be a conflict in these two ordinances as they now exist. So something to highlight that we may need to fix in one or the other based on the policy discussion that we have.
Yeah, one of the things, if I could just point out, on page 48 in the legislative draft ordinance, there is a paragraph, the second from the top, paragraph C. It states, prior to the issuance of a building permit for the accessory dwelling unit, the property owner shall record with the county recorder's office an agreement with the city setting forth the property owner's acknowledgement agreement with the requirements of this chapter. City Council put that language in 2015 for the specific purpose of identifying to the property owner that the accessory dwelling unit is not to be used as a vacation rental. I will tell you that this requirement has been problematic from our standpoint as staff and from those who have built accessory dwelling units in terms of the process of recording this agreement. It's something that's been difficult for us to track, and it becomes, again, a bit of a problem for the property owners.
Okay.
But acknowledgement of the requirements of this ordinance also means acknowledgement of the requirement that the accessory dwelling unit can't be rented for less than 28 days.
So I think we have a conflict in the two ordinances.
We need to do a better job of that.
So, yes, but I think more importantly, we should make, it's a policy decision if we want to allow never, or if we're going to allow it as long as it's not both the primary and the accessory, which is how the vacation rental reads. So this would take a lot of units potentially off the market that are now vacation rentals, and people bought understanding that. Based on the vacation rental ordinance, who didn't know about this ordinance. So we just need to have that conversation, which I won't have now, but I'll have after all the public speakers that we have. One, Mr. Franklin. So I'm done. Thank you, Mayor.
One more. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a follow-up from one of your questions, just one. So the mayor asked about lot coverage remaining the same, and you said so it's still 35% of the lot can be used. Will that be a barrier to people building these units? Are most of single-family homes using that lot coverage already? What's your sense of how that will apply to this?
From the applications that we've had come through our office in the last 4 years, typically lot coverage has not been a barrier. Palm Springs generally has rather large lots, and most of the homes that are built generally don't come close to meeting the lot coverage limitation. And so thinking of accessory dwelling units, they're typically small in size. There generally is enough room on the lot so people will not exceed the lot coverage requirements. It's rare that we have situations where they would.
Are they typically what's coming forward, like casita type on larger estate homes, or more modest type of properties, single family homes?
We've seen the whole range.
Okay.
Everything from units that are 400 square feet and are very modest to ones that come up to our 1,200 square foot limit. So we've seen the entire range.
Sorry, but I mean on the existing homes. So is it just larger estates that have that lot coverage that are able to do it, or
no, the
smaller lots as well?
Yeah, smaller lots as well. And one of the things with the new small lot ordinance that we have, we do allow lot coverage of up to 45% in that particular district for the express purpose of being able to allow accessory dwelling units or detached garages.
Thank you.
Flynn, one last question. Just brought it up, but this is when I lived in Europe for 3 years, and it was fairly common in Europe. In fact, the house where I lived, the people that owned the house, the couple lived in a small accessory unit in the back, and they lived in that, and they rented out the big house. And I can see, I've heard of people in this area sometimes staying in the campers in their driveway while they rented out their house as a vacation rental. It happens. If somebody were to make a habit of living in their accessory dwelling unit while they rented out their house, would that be a vacation rental or would that be a home share?
I think they would still be subject to the 28-day limitation.
Not if they were renting out the big house, though, right?
If they're renting out the big house, again, I think they would still be subject to the limitation. There is language in the ordinance that says the property owner could live in the accessory dwelling unit and rent out the primary residence, but it would have to be for a period of 28 days or more.
Okay. All right. Any other questions before we go to public hearing? Okay, seeing none, we will open the public hearing. The applicant, I don't guess is there an applicant for this? I guess not. No, we are the applicant.
We are the applicant.
Public will have 2 minutes to respond on this. I see we have, hi, Jim.
Springs Regional Association of Realtors. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Is it still evening? Okay, good. Good evening, council. Good evening, staff. I just want to say that we fully support these ordinance changes. We also fully supported the 2 bills last year on a statewide level with our California Association of Realtors, because we have a housing crisis in the state, and we thought this was a way to go quick and dirty and get some housing. And so far, thousands have been built here in the state. And we have 2 bills we're going to work on this year. One will be financing for these, because a lot of lenders won't loan on them. So we have a plan for that. And also, Senator Skinner is working with us on some minor changes to this, but of course that won't be until a year from now. So, hey, I waited 4 hours and I only spoke 40 seconds. So there you go. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin.
Classic. I'll take a listen.
Okay, any other speakers? Seeing none, we will close the public comments. Okay, comments of city council members? Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's more probably discussions on the things we have questions on. Talking one at a time, but I don't really, for me, if the goal is to encourage this and get more rental housing, I have no problem with concurrent rental of an accessory unit in the primary residence. And in that case, I'm talking about non-vacation rental, and we'll talk about that when we get to the vacation rental one. So maybe we just take, these one at a time, but I don't see any downside to that. If you're renting out, a house and a casita, and people are sharing a pool and want to do that, that gets more rental housing. So I think that's sort of the goal of this. If we limited it, that you couldn't rent both, then people who are renting out houses wouldn't be able to then rent out the accessory unit, which I think is the goal. So from my vantage point, I would get rid of that restriction. I don't know if we want to talk about them one at a time or we want me to go through mine. I'm happy just to have a discussion on each one, and then when I'm done, we can go to any others.
I completely agree. We want to incentivize these units. We need more units. We need more rentals. When we're looking at how many even permits are being pulled for multifamily here, it's not keeping up with the need. And so we want more rental. We need more inventory. Recently, I was bragging to my friends from San Francisco about the normal rent for where I live, which I rent. And I mean, the costs have gone up. I mean, exponentially for renters here in Palm Springs, and it's because we just don't have the inventory. So I agree, we want to remove all the barriers for these types of units, and that would be a big one.
I am open-minded to it. I am very nervous about concurrent rentals turning into vacation rental complexes. And if we have strong prohibitions against vacation rent, these new homes and new structures being used as vacation rentals, then I am open to concurrent rental. Without that, I'm not sure I can support that.
The issue is just, I think, more inventory. Obviously, we want to prevent people from building all new units that would just be for potentially vacation rentals, because it wouldn't help the goal of providing units, housing for our residents. However, I actually do think we have a limited inventory and limited supply, and so what's happening is, people are, the reason that costs of renting my house has gone up as a single family home in Sonora Sunrise is that there's just not inventory, and there are vacation rentals in those units. So I see it actually as just more inventory lifts it all up and actually helps mitigate some of the problems with inventory with vacation rental. I think we have a strong short-term vacation rental policy and enforcement that will cover those concerns.
Yeah. I think if anyone rented illegally, the fines and penalties and the permanent ban has been very successful. I mean, the number of complaints and problems have diminished so dramatically because we have an enforcement department. So I would agree that if you're renting both, they have to be they can't be vacation rental. We can get into the renting one next when we get to that. So on page 4, on the one space, regardless of the number of bedrooms, I just want to, actually, we have PS Resorts has a parking consultant who's been studying our parking, and I'd love to send this back to them before, and we can make any minor tweaks on that in second reading. But given a lot of these are going to be studios, and we're dealing with people who may not be able to afford and have cars and use rideshare and public transit, I want to make sure that this isn't adding a burden. You know, a lot of our neighborhoods don't have a lot of parking at all on the streets. Some do. So I'd like to send this to them before, and get a little input from them before we discuss it, what we do there. I think if we do it, the one space, regardless of the number of bedrooms, is the best way to go. But I just want to check with them if they think that's going to create a barrier, and is that going to create a problem? So that was my thought on that. And I guess the real other one is on the use of these as vacation rentals, which is allowed in the vacation rental ordinance. And that's, you know, this is dealing with new built since 2015, right? So there may be some of those. So what we need to discuss is moving forward, because I don't think we should take anyone's permit away who has one. Do we want these, you know, to people to build accessory units and not be able to use it as a vacation rental if they are using the main home as their primary residence? Because that's what's allowed now, or the other one, yeah, it doesn't really matter. And so that's sort of a policy question to discuss, but I want to make sure we're not taking away existing, because given we had the conflict, because people have been renting those. They have rentals, you know, out for some number of time, but they have to be in the other house, right? They can't have both as vacation rentals. That's not allowed, even going backwards. So that's just my thoughts. On the utility meters, I get it's helpful, but the cost, you know, depending on what the cost is, someone might prefer just to set, you know, you're going to pay $50 a month for your electric and your rent and not pay the cost of the extra utility service. So it would be great to know what that cost is. And the same on solar. I mean, we do know that, you know, when you add solar, it lowers the utility bill more than the extra cost typically. So what would the cost on what we expect these size to be for a sort of the solar system, and be able to have that before we make a decision? Because I don't want to add a barrier, but if, you know, all the data showed that it actually saves money, you know, this is a little different because it's a second and they're trying to figure out financing, but when you finance the solar in to your own home, you pay less monthly than you would if you didn't have solar and you paid your Edison bill, which we saw when we did the solar measure. So anyway, those are, I guess, some questions. There's still questions that I think before we're ready to make decisions on, unless you know answers to some of that.
No, I wouldn't have answers on those items this evening. What I might recommend, Mr. Mayor, is that perhaps we continue this public hearing to your next meeting, so that way staff has the ability to research those questions that you have, and that we can give you those answers before you continue on to second reading if we need to make any adjustments to the ordinance.
Yes, what
Do you really think, I mean, I'm prepared to move forward, so which of the items do you think that we need more information?
I think, you know, we can hear from the parking consultant. I'm fine with leaving it the way it is now, but if the parking consultant says, you know, you don't need to have the one space, that would be good to know, and then we might change it, but, and then sort of what the cost of the solar would be and what the cost of the utility issue would be, are the questions I have.
Mayor Pro Tem, wouldn't the parking really be heavily dependent upon what neighborhood it is?
It might be.
Because you can't, in Palm Springs, you can't apply the rule to, you know, every neighborhood, because some neighborhoods have more narrow streets. Vista Las Palmas, you know, and Las Palmas have wide streets and not much parking on the streets. And Deepwell and some of the other streets are more narrow, or in Twin Palms. So it's not going to be one size fits all.
Right. And so figuring out how we do that, I think, is, you know, since we have a parking consultant, we might as well get their advice on it. But I'm fine with this recommendation moving forward on the one per unit. But it might be good just, you know, we might hear something else back. It would just be good to run it by them. So to me, the two cost issues are what the similar size solar panel, right, that makes sense for this size, and the utility, the extra utility. Because my inclination, if people want to choose not to add a second utility service because of the cost, that should be up to them. I don't, if they may prefer, it may be cheaper for them just to cover in a studio apartment the utilities. I mean, so if we're talking this is $2,000, it's one thing. If we're talking $10,000, it's another. And that's what I just don't. So that would be helpful.
Just make it optional?
Right. That would be my inclination, is let the homeowner decide.
That's fine with me.
Should we comment? Yeah, I'll comment.
Okay. So yeah, I think we may be able to move ahead and just have a few things. And if they become too much, then we'll do it again.
So I agree in looking at parking, especially if there are other maybe amendments that we can make, exceptions. We don't have, unfortunately, zip car, shared car vehicles, or share bikes, or, those maybe scooters, something like that. But maybe we could look and see if there are exceptions to the parking. Because I think actually in some neighborhoods we do have ample parking. And you're right, I think these are units for people who use public transportation. We want to incentivize public transportation. We want to make these units as cheap as possible so that we get more units online. And so I would be open to that. Would we be able to make that? We wouldn't be able to make that type of change on a second. Let's see. Oh, it's a public hearing item, so we'd have to do it now. For me, for the other issues, I'm opposed to requiring a separate utility meter. We have Jim Franklin here; he can tell us, but I think it's like $20,000 or $30,000 per utility meter, which is so excessive compared to the cost of these ADUs that we should not require that, in my opinion. Same with solar. I'd love to see solar, but for example, like my house already has solar, so if I were to build an ADU, are you going to require additional solar for that unit? It's going to make it too cost ineffective. We just have to get these units. We have to get rid of, as many barriers to building these types of units. And so I would be opposed to the utility meter and solar, although I'm usually supportive of solar. So I'm happy to move forward, or I agree with you on parking. So I don't know if we have other ideas about, or if staff has recommendations about how to kind of limit the parking requirements.
What we might do relative to the parking requirement is in the list of proposed waivers, what we might do, and I'm sorry, I'm going through my legislative draft here. What we might do is include another item that could be considered, and that is the availability of on-street parking adjacent to the property in question. And so that would be the other opportunity to waive the parking requirement, and I would just add that as letter F on that section. So that's one way to address the parking is, again, staff could evaluate if there's available on-street parking and not require the one additional space for the accessory dwelling unit.
Or maybe within a close distance public transit as well.
Yes, and that waiver will still be there in place,
Right.
that if they're within a half mile of a public transit, we'll keep that. On the issue of utility metering, I think we can just make a very simple change. And again, I'm in the legislative draft on page 48D. What I would do is just say an accessory dwelling unit shall not be required to be metered separately from the primary dwelling unit, and just take out part of that phrase. And that would address your concerns in terms of having to have a separate meter. So with those two changes, I think we can address those concerns.
I would support those changes. And then it sounds like there was a request also to look at the section of the draft that you pointed out about requiring the recording of the agreement with the county. I would also support removing that from the requirements if the council is
And how we'll deal with that is just through the policing of our vacation rental program and making sure as we approve new units that that these are intended to be for long-term rentals.
So the only issue then, we'll hear from Councilmember Middleton and the mayor, but just the conflict with our short-term vacation rental rules.
Right, and then the allowing concurrent rental, as long as it's not vacation rental of both units.
Okay.
Would be the other change.
I'll jump in here at this point unless...
You don't need to prohibit the double ownership of the vacation rentals because the vacation rental ordinance is very clear, and the penalties are massive. So you can't own and operate 2 vacation rentals.
No, it's taking out the not allowing concurrent rental of both units.
Yes, removing that.
Yes.
So, good. I want to go back to what the director was saying regarding availability of on-street parking. Clearly, there are substantial differences throughout Palm Springs in terms of the availability. And sometimes it does have to do with neighborhoods. More frequently, it has to do with the number of multifamily housing that is proximate to a location. Where we have more multifamily housing, we have more on-street parking. So if what we're going to be looking at is a standard that tries to assess truly what's available, I can support that. But I think we do need to be clear that we're looking at what's there. I like the idea of not requiring a second utility. I do not believe we should be going down this road simply to add additional housing to be used for vacation rentals. So our rules on vacation rentals need to be continue to be very strict. I do think we should grandfather anyone in who is currently involved in has a vacation rental and in good faith took out that rental. I just don't see that is a wise thing to do. When it comes to solar, if there is currently solar on the existing primary home, I can see not requiring solar on the new unit. If there is no solar on the new unit, then I think we should be looking at our solar statute in terms of whether or not the amount of space that's being added in the new unit would trigger the solar requirements. And again, our solar requirements do provide an opportunity for an applicant to argue that solar is not viable at that particular location. So if it's a modest home building another extremely modest accessory unit where solar would be prohibitive, they've got an opportunity to make that case.
That it?
I mean, I think I don't think we need to deal with the solar here tonight. I think that's maybe reviewing the solar ordinance and seeing if we want to amend that and what that might be. And maybe working with the Sustainability Commission, the group who worked on that, and then bring it back to us with some costs and any change we can put into that ordinance instead of this. So we can delay that till we have information and move this forward.
Okay, Director Fagg, do you have all the changes to this?
Yes, I believe I do. I have the changes to the parking requirement, to the metering requirement, to allow the concurrent rental, and then there was one more item. The meter. Thank you.
You also have your new 932314 H6F, which is the additional criterion for parking.
Yes.
That you were going to add.
Yes. So I've got those then, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
And so I'll include those changes at second reading.
And I don't know if it's in this, the recording of the agreement.
Okay.
Yes, that's
the
it.
removal of the requirement for the recording. Right.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve as amended? Motion to approve made by Mayor Pro Tem Corr, seconded by Councilmember Holsted. Motion's on the floor.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, normally we do this at 10 o'clock, but it's now 10:30. We have 5 more items on the agenda for this evening. So anyone have any suggestions on anything we might want to move to the next meeting? And keeping in mind also, it's a factor that Councilmember Roberts isn't here, so if there's anything we think we'd like to have all 5 council members in particular weigh in on, that'd be a factor too.
Possible for us to deal with the moratorium issue this evening. I think all of the others are ones that could be deferred.
I agree. I'd like to do the cannabis-related items. I think we have people here who've been waiting for that.
Yeah.
So I would support that. I bet our staff might want item 5B about the police station work. I personally would prefer to wait on the resolution establishing procedures for the mayor and the mayor pro tem until Councilmember Roberts is here, since he has important perspective on that.
And then the last item, which is on Desert Community Energy, I'm going to have to vote before our next council meeting on how we move forward. But after that, it will be a tentative vote, and it will come back to council in March for approval by each of the councils. So it's fine to wait on that, because that has to be on that agenda, city manager, which I believe you heard from CVAG on. So I would just want a direction before I vote, but I can vote. It's still going to come back to council. I just didn't want to vote without direction, but since it's coming back to council, it's fine.
We see how quickly we can
let's
get
see
through some of these items, and then hopefully we can give you direction.
What about 3A on the municipal code to change? Maybe someone said this, but I didn't catch it. When we wait on that, Mr. Mejia, or is that time critical for you?
Unless things change, it's a very short staff report.
Hey, we do it.
Might as well do it? Okay, so the only 2 that we'll table into the next meeting is 5C and 5D. I may have to start doing this in sign language here in a minute. Okay, next item is item 3A, legislative adoption of an ordinance to amend the Palm Springs Municipal Code to change general municipal election dates to coincide with statewide general elections in November of even-numbered years. City Clerk.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, on February 6th, the City Council provided direction to reduce the terms of Councilmember Middleton and Holstedge and those council members who will be elected in November 2019 for 12 months to come into compliance with Senate Bill 415. For consideration tonight is adoption of an ordinance, and I'd like to note that this is an adoption, not introduction, because ordinances related to elections are adopted immediately. Additionally, in accordance with California Elections Code, this ordinance will become operational upon approval by the Riverside County Board of Supervisors. Once operational, state law requires that I cause notice of the election year change to be mailed to all registered voters, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Staff. A motion to approve is made by Councilmember Middleton. I'm sorry.
I just have one thing, just for the record, that this is the fastest way we could move on to an even year election without extending terms of council members. And I think that's just an important thing, because there are all kinds of different arguments on this and how to best do this. And we're doing this as fast as we can without extending terms beyond what the voters gave us. And that's it. Thank you.
I just wanted to comment as well. So we were only required to move to even year elections by, what year was it?
2022.
2022. So we're voluntarily choosing to reduce our terms, Councilmember Middleton and I, by a year in order to get there faster, so that people won't have to go for such a long time to wait to vote under districts, so we can move to districts more quickly. And because even year elections have better voter turnout, and so more people participate, and so it's just better for democracy and better for public participation to have an election on an even year. That's what the state found, and that's what we're doing. And I think that have any other city councils reduced their own terms by a year in moving to districts?
I am not aware of any other council that decided to do that maneuver.
I am not aware either. So we would be maybe the first and only city council members who are voluntarily giving up a year of our terms. And that's because we believe in districts and public participation. So I'm proud to make this vote and proud of our city and all the work that we've done.
One of the things, and I'll just go really quickly, that this does is it ensures that the map that we adopted late last year, that we will hold in each one of the 5 districts one election before we will then go through the reapportionment process. So every single resident and voter in Palm Springs will be equal in terms of how this process is going to work. And I am pleased to be able to do this.
A motion to approve made by Councilmember Middleton, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Corrs. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. Next item, item 3B, interim urgency ordinance adopting a temporary moratorium on city approval of new applications for permits to engage in cannabis business and activity in portions of the Desert Highland Gateway Estates and DeMuth Park neighborhoods of the city for consideration of appropriate amendments to the general plan, municipal code, and zoning code in accordance with government code section 65858. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as has been discussed a little bit during public comment, this item would restrict approval of new applications for cannabis businesses and activities in 2 areas of our city. There are maps attached to the ordinance which provide the boundaries of these areas. They're in the Desert Highland Gateway Estates and DeMuth Park neighborhoods. This is only a 45-day period of moratorium, opportunity for your staff to take a look at the issues analyzed or discussed in the staff report with respect to odor control and overconcentration. The planning department will work with the city attorney in ensuring that the council receive good information prior to the expiration of this 45-day period so the council can determine whether it wishes to extend the moratorium or direct particular legislative action in lieu of an extension. I'm available for questions. This ordinance would be an interim urgency ordinance. Councilmember Roberts requires, absence requires that all 4 of you support the moratorium if it's going to go forward.
Mayor Pro Tem Corrs.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So this is a recommendation of the Cannabis Subcommittee, which is myself and Councilmember Roberts. I want to briefly just address some of the comments. This isn't at all about competition. We were very clear in the ordinance that we didn't want to limit businesses for cannabis that's a legal business any more than we limit bars or restaurants. And in fact, with bars and alcohol service, I think under state law, we could have 2 just about in our central business district based on the census. So we always have to waive it, which we don't here for cannabis, but we have to waive it for alcohol. So in a way, in some areas, we're more lenient with cannabis than we are with alcohol. But our goal is to treat it similarly. Obviously, there are differences. But we decided to be very open in how we did this, knowing that experience might teach us to do it differently. But we didn't want to start and limit businesses. So odor is part, but not the entire reasoning. So one of the things, since we put the requirement in for a approved odor control plan by our outside expert in this, and our monitoring with our nasal meter or whatever it's called, we have 2 of them, it has been very effective. The complaints have gone down considerably. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback. We are getting businesses now who didn't have the right filtration or other systems in place now have them. It also helps us when residents let us know when they have a smell, because sometimes it has turned out to be an illegal right next to illegal. And so this now lets us pinpoint it. One of the things we have heard from our odor expert, but the subcommittee hasn't been able to talk to them yet, but through staff, is that when you hit a certain concentration, you're gonna, at least of ones, especially grows where there is odor during flowering, you're not gonna be able to control it. And so that's the reason we wanted 45 days to look at this before we approve any new businesses in those areas where there is a lot of concentration and it's near residences. And we're meant to be very short term on this. We really do want to get that information. Some of the businesses don't have any odor involved at all. that are cannabis businesses. But it's not just odor. We also want to make sure we have a diverse economy. And one of the things we are hearing from other businesses is that because there's this belief that anyone who opens a cannabis facility is going to make all this money, that long-term existing businesses are being, their rents are going so high to be replaced by cannabis that they're losing their ability to maintain their businesses. And so we just want to make sure we have economic diversity as well, that we also do need car repair shops and other things that are in industrial zones and people who are trained for those jobs who live in our city. So we just want to take a breath. Anyone who's in the system continues. We're not stopping people who have already applied and rented space and applied for permits. They will continue to be processed as normal. But we want to take a breath. And the other thing, just to share with the council and the public, is the subcommittee really discussed this with staff when we decided to move forward with this, really wants to come back with whether we want to do something separate and apart from our other tax measures tonight. Are there, whether it's lower taxes or other economic incentives for certain types of cannabis businesses that are a further distance from residential? Do we want to incentivize the locations where some of the cannabis businesses go and make it financially maybe better for them to go to places where there are less residential folks, especially when it comes to grows or things that there's going to be some odor almost no matter what. Although I think there's some new, with the enzymes, there are a lot of things that can be done. So that's the goal of this. It's a short moratorium. The goal is not to extend it. So the subcommittee plans to meet next week and to really get to work with the various departments to get this done and bring back to council so it's done in March.
I should also note that from the Office of Special Programs, Veronica Goodhart is here if you have questions regarding cannabis-specific issues.
That's it. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. I'm looking at the map that is on page 11 of the Desert Highland area, and it refers to San Rafael Place. It does look to me that that's actually San Rafael Drive. Am I correct, or is the map correct in terms of the plate?
I have to confess complete ignorance. I received this map from staff. I would call on Ms. Goodhart if she knows, or perhaps Director Fagg if he knows.
Do you know what was intended?
The street that has been identified was intended, whether it's place or drive.
Okay.
That I know.
I'd like some clarification on that, because I do think it's Drive that is the primary street that we should be looking on. There was a question that came in from someone who, if I'm understanding this correctly, is trying to lease a property that they want to have a cannabis operation on, and it is across the street from the boundary of the moratorium. If you're across the street and you're not actually in the boundary area, you're not subject to the moratorium. Am I correct?
Actually, the way that this is written, I believe that both sides of the street are included. If you look at the...
That was my understanding.
If you look at the moratorium language...
wherever the street is?
If you look at the page 6 of your staff report, you'll see that there's a reference there to both sides of all boundary streets being included.
Okay.
That's the way it's proposed.
That's a little unusual. What's the reasoning behind that?
I believe it was based upon the existence of the number of applications that exist, and that the specific applications that exist were considered. But Ms. Goodhart's here. I can't speak for her on that.
Right. I mean, if you look in the central business district, which isn't part of this, both sides of the streets are in the central business district. The only time I think we've ever split streets that I'm aware of in these kind of things has been tied to when we went to districts.
Director or Ms. Goodhart, can you help me with this? Are we following our normal practice, or are we deviating from normal practice?
When is the normal practice to only be on one side of the street? More context.
Sacramento recently did the exact same thing. They put this moratorium stop, and they covered both sides of the street. Some of the streets that we referenced, that on one side you have 2 to 3 businesses, so to not cover both sides, you're going to quickly run into that oversaturation again.
All right. That's my question, and I'll go with the majority will on this.
But I do think we need the other answer on San Rafael.
On San Rafael, definitely.
Yeah, so I can go ahead and respond to the question about San Rafael. It's San Rafael Drive. That was the intention.
Very good.
That's how it looks.
Thank you.
And so we'll make that correction in the language. Correct.
So the map is correct except for the name of the street.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation from the subcommittee. This subcommittee does really excellent work on this. You answered a lot of my questions that I have. So I'm just looking, one of my questions was, we're choosing and really lumping in all types of cannabis businesses. So distribution, testing, maybe others that might be, not include smell and odor issues. I think you answered that in terms of diversifying and making sure that we can plan our different business districts well. So I think that makes sense to me. So I heard you say that this will grandfather in the moratorium won't apply. Sorry, usually 10:30, my brain starts to get a little fuzzy since I started at 9. That this will not apply to the people who've already applied for permits. And so can you explain that? Because that wasn't my reading of the ordinance itself.
Yes, I'd be happy to. If you look on page 7 at the definition of new application, section 2A3, new application means any application for a permit to engage in a cannabis business that the city has not received and deemed complete on or before the effective date of the ordinance. So if we've received their application, deemed it complete, and they're in the process of review, even if they haven't been approved yet at that point, they could still be approved, notwithstanding the moratorium. And if they already have their permit, then frankly, they're fine. They don't really care necessarily that the moratorium's there. They're in the process of going after their conditional use permit or whatever other permits they need in order to operate. And that's why we provided you with the survey in the 2 areas, Desert Gateway and DeMuth Park, as to what applications are in queue, so that you'll see that there are various applications where a CUP is needed, but there are other applications where all they really need to do is have their inspection-related approvals, and they're ready to go. So the businesses that are in queue right now, they're not suffering any consequences of this moratorium action.
What
Now,
about the ones awaiting other city council action, like a CUP or that sort of thing?
They're not subject to the moratorium. Now, they're not guaranteed that the CUP will be granted, but nobody's ever guaranteed that sort of thing. They could have the exact same concerns that motivated this moratorium influence the Planning Commission or the City Council on a call-up. So they're not assured of anything, but they weren't assured to begin with.
I'm just concerned about it both ways. One, I can't quite tell in reading this how it applies to existing permits, but I assume you'll talk to each permit applicant. And then also, so there are some in the pipeline that this won't apply to.
Right.
So how will that impact the odor issues in that area?
Well, on an equity level and for reasons related to the moratoria we've seen in other jurisdictions related to cannabis, we didn't want to present you as a matter of policy with a moratorium that would have shut down applications that are already in the pipeline. That isn't necessarily the best thing for overconcentration issues, diversification of the business landscape, as Mayor Pro Tem Coors detailed. But again, we didn't, as a staff, feel comfortable recommending that you shut down those applications already in the pipeline.
I agree. I just wanted to understand the issues.
It's not going to help that they're already in the pipeline. If they're approved, we'll deal with it.
Thank you. I have another question. Are there other areas in the city where there are no separation requirements? So it would be any of the zones that you identified.
Yes, that's why we went out of our way to identify those in the staff report. And it could happen again, but it hasn't. And when I say it hasn't, Ms. Goodhart and Director Fagg and I, we're all looking at these things all the time. And as a practical matter, we haven't seen the density that we see in these two areas and other areas of the city. Doesn't mean it couldn't happen again.
Thank you. I'll just make some comments. I don't like moratoriums in general as public policy. I've held my nose in the last 2 or 3 times that we've voted for moratoriums. I voted no on some. However, I think this is a real issue affecting the community and is a public health issue that we need to address. I do want to be fair for businesses, and for one thing about being business friendly is that we can be reliable and predictable, and we heard that from the people in public comment who said, well, we're investing in different areas, but we're afraid that it will apply to us. At the same time, we want to protect our residents and deal with some of these over-concentration issues and fairness and equity issues that the neighborhoods have complained about. My question is sort of what's our expectation for the extensions, because I think it is scary for business owners. They can't predict when it says 45 days, then 12 months, then 10 months. So you said that it might be coming back when? Can we give a more reliable estimate?
I mean, the goal, and this will be up to the city manager to some degree, is to bring something back by the second meeting in March, within those 45 days. If we, that is the goal.
It may be necessary if the study and the council direction on policy is that we implement any changes to our zoning, for example, that would change the over-concentration criteria that were originally established. It will take a little bit longer, not a lot, but a little bit longer to implement those changes, because those will need to run through the Planning Commission in addition to the council. My most reasonable projection is that if this moratorium isn't just rejected out of hand in 45 days, that the extension wouldn't need to be longer than a month to a month and a half, because we're motivated to get through this quickly.
And then what specifically would come back? The change in how we allow in certain zones?
I suspect what we would do after completing the study, having that study available to the council 10 days before the time when the extension is going to be considered, is we would talk with the subcommittee and get some policy direction. The subcommittee would tell us, yes, we like that. No, we don't like that. This is how the staff report should look. These are the things we want to present to the full council. And we would present to the full council, if it's going to be a new ordinance, we would present that new ordinance in draft form, and we would ask for only the extension that we needed, because you've made these exact comments, and it's correct. You don't like moratorium. That's fine. And I've sensed commonality of that on the council. Nobody is a big fan of the moratorium. So we're going to make it as short as we can.
And I might be able to help on that. So I think the subcommittee's plan is to work with staff and bring back whether we want to suggest limits in, distance limits as we do in some areas, in all areas, or only in areas that are within a certain distance of residential property. So that's, but we didn't want to do a moratorium citywide. Right. We want to do it in the place that we already know. We've been having, that's where the residents have had concerns. For both, right? The lack of mix of business that they're worried about, as well as odor. I think we can fix the odor, at least to some degree. In those areas, even with the new permits, I think we're already seeing such a change. So our plan would be to bring something back for discussion, or an ordinance that would address what we want to do long-term citywide.
That's great, and that's really my question, and that's what I would ask you and your subcommittee to look at, is just, instead of, we sort of opened the floodgates, which was great, but we're operating in a first in, first out type of model instead of strategically planning about where we want these businesses and how many. So I'll look forward to that work coming back to City Council. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just one other comment, just on moratoriums. I do think sometimes they are needed, and the reason, and when we've done them, is to stop conversion of apartments into vacation rentals when we were seeing our apartments, losing our apartment housing. And we saw when, I think it was Councilmember Mills and Roberts, were the subcommittee, I think, on vacation rentals at the time, I forget who it was, who suggested a moratorium on giving permits to just take a breath on it. And from the time the staff report went out Thursday night to the Wednesday council meeting, we had 120 new permits. So without the moratorium, the fear was we could double the number of people sending in applicants while we take 2 months to study it. And in those particular areas, that was a concern. So that's the reason. I think in this case, it's justified. I don't think we should do it as a regular thing. I think we want to do it when there's a problem and we want a little breather because the problem could worsen significantly without the moratorium.
Thank you, I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to keep this short. I'm very supportive of this particular moratorium. Cannabis is a brand new industry, and we are trying to be a center for that industry in our city. I think that's a very positive thing. But the place where the greatest harm to our neighbors has occurred has been in the Desert Highland neighborhood and in the Demuth Park neighborhoods, two of our least advantaged neighborhoods. So if we need to slow down to make sure we're getting some of these things right when it comes to the impact for the people in those neighborhoods, then I want to do it. I as well think that ultimately we're going to want to concentrate this industry in locations in our city. Those concentrations, I think, are going to be to the far north end of our town, where they are the least proximate to residential. Over the next few years, not only our city, but every city is going to hit it right on some things, and we're going to get wrong on some things in implementing this, and it simply is responsible to slow down and make sure we get it right.
Councilmember Holstage, motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, next item. Item 5B, termination of contractor's right to perform contract.
5A.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, yeah. 5A, proposed resolution reducing the cannabis business activity tax rate on manufacturing to 2% and suspending the tax on transportation and distribution facilities and testing facilities. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. This is at the suggestion of the Cannabis Subcommittee to bring this tax reduction here. It's pretty straightforward. It reduces the tax on these areas and puts us in a better competitive advantage. And again, I would note that Ms. Goodhart is here, who is from the Office of Special Projects for cannabis, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. So just to explain what we're doing, which is explained here. What we're recommending is reducing our manufacturing tax from 10% to 2% and eliminating our tax on transportation and distribution facilities and testing facilities to 0. Page 20 sort of will give you where all the Coachella Valley cities are. There's a lot more data further back, but I think this is a really good chart that Veronica, thank you for all your work on this, did. And it's for a couple reasons. One is, we had our tax in place. The state put on a huge tax, which has made it very expensive and hasn't helped get rid of the illegal market. So we really wanted to look at where we could do better. We have the lowest cultivation tax in the valley, and ours is limited just to the canopy, not to the whole facility. But you also want manufacturing. Often they want to grow and manufacture at the same location, and our 10% became significantly higher than other cities. So we wanted to make sure we weren't limiting activity as a result of that. And for distribution and transportation, really important for these businesses to operate. Other cities aren't charging for that. And for testing, we really want, and we have an application in for a testing lab. We really would love to see those in Palm Springs. They bring in jobs. They're good to have locally so people can test locally. So that's what we're doing here. We will at some point discuss some other options. I talked about incentives. The state, I think it's AB 286 or 268, is looking at lowering some of their taxes. There's a bill moving forward. It's a weird situation where the state should be having one tax rate and then doing some share with the municipalities that have allowed cannabis and make it equal throughout the state, but that's not what they're doing. And their tax was going to go to allowing enforcement and education in local areas, and so far they haven't released a penny for that. So we're actually putting some of our tax money into an education effort with Palm Springs Unified Schools and doing a lot of that work on our own as far as all the enforcement and the police work and everything else that goes with it. So we think this is a good way to move forward to encourage businesses, but we really want to also look at what we can do for being, if there's some more tax incentives we might want to do for whether it's larger projects away from residential areas, but that's for the next version of this. So that's it.
Question for Ms. Polly. In making these changes, is that going to make the audit process simpler and more efficient as we're out auditing these businesses?
I believe it will, yes.
Okay. And I know you're still fairly new at this. Do we have the resources in place that we need to make sure that we're adequately auditing all of these enterprises?
I also believe that we have hired a contractor to do the audits on the cannabis, for the cannabis audits.
I want to add, Councilmember Middleton, that the renewal permit fee covers the cost of the audits through the consultant.
Right, good. So I'm supportive of this. I think it will make it much more efficient, but this is a brand new industry. It's largely a cash industry, and the Achilles heel to this is that we are having accurate records reported by the entire industry, because once the industry comes to believe that cheaters prosper, everyone will be moving in that direction, and we just simply cannot scrimp on our audit resources.
Councilor Holstage.
Thank you. I just have a few questions. I'll try to be really quick. I just had a question about, I know that this is our model in a lot of areas, especially for cannabis. I'm also concerned about illegal operations, and I hear a lot from the stakeholders and the operators that the illegal market really, the tax rate, especially the tax rate with the state and cities, allows the legal market, the black market, to thrive. So I see that we set as sort of a disincentive, on page 5 for the resolution. It sets the tax rate at 2% for a permitted operation, and then it maintains the tax rate of 15 cents or 15% for people operating without a permit. And I'm just wondering in practice how that's working, or if that's actually disincentivizing people to move to permitted operations, right? If then they declare if they want to move forward in getting a business, or, you know, who's going to use that? Or is that just the penalty for when we find illegal operations?
Yes, it's the latter. When we locate those, when we interdict those, and the chief has worked closely with Veronica in my office, it's the second phase of the interdiction of an illegal operation, tax collection.
Does that apply to delivery? Because I know there's a lot of illegal delivery happening in the city.
We currently don't permit non-storefront delivery in the city. We may be moving in that direction. That's the subject of some subcommittee discussion. But delivery is taxed the same as any other gross sales. The 10% figure is the current figure, 10 cents on the dollar for permitted operators. It would also be 15 cents for illegal operators.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
One question I have is, you know, this says in the last paragraph on page 3, just before the fiscal impact, the proposed resolution will have no effect upon the operations of cannabis business that is not manufacturing, a transportation or distribution facility, or a testing facility. So in other words, all of our current grow facilities and our medical cannabis and recreational cannabis and even the lounges won't be affected by this, right?
That's basically correct, yes.
Yeah, so I think, you know, we've been in the forefront of making it possible and facilitating those type of facilities to support people who live in Palm Springs and visit Palm Springs who want those facilities. But I know I'm in the minority here, but I'm just not big on encouraging additional additional manufacturing or maybe testing, but manufacturing and distribution facilities in Palm Springs. I'm just not personally big on it. I think we have enough cannabis businesses here in Palm Springs. I'd rather this type of business be in Desert Hot Springs or Cathedral City or somewhere else. So I just can't support this. I mean, we're already looking tonight on a problem with similar businesses being narrow residential neighborhoods. And now we're turning around and saying we want to encourage more of the cannabis businesses. So I think those two things are, to me, they're diabolically opposed. So I supported the moratorium and looking at having more stringent restrictions on the other type of facilities like where we're putting a moratorium on now. But I don't want to see more facilities come to Palm Springs.
Okay, can I ask a question to that point? So how did the subcommittee choose 2% to make it, I see that it made it even to the other cities. Did you consider doing like a 3% or a 2.5 or something for Palm Springs, or you just wanted to make it even?
Yeah, I mean, and you know, we do work and I've had meetings with the other cities. You know, we don't want necessarily a race to the bottom or, you know, and so, you know, the manufacturing often, you know, is tied to a grow, right? The grow happens and they manufacture the product there. So, you know, we are getting tax eventually on, and if it's sold within their dispensary, so in Palm Springs, they don't pay on the manufacturing, any tax. This is when they're manufacturing here and sending it out. So we thought we should sort of, I mean, Desert Hot Springs went down to 0. We didn't think that was a good idea. Mm-hmm. But as we look, obviously, at cannabis businesses and concentration and economic diversity, I think we will discuss those issues.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to approve made by Mayor Pro Tem Kors, seconded by Councilmember Holstage. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 3-1.
Okay, we're going to, next item is item 5B, termination of contractor's right to perform contract for default with Al Hayes Construction, Inc. for the Police Department remodel rebid CP 15-05. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Given the lateness of the evening, I'm going to be as brief as possible, but given the seriousness of the action being considered by the Council in this item, there's some certain points I need to make in the administrative record. The item before you is a recommendation for termination of the contractor's right to perform the contract. That contract being the remodel of the Palm Springs Police Department. As noted in the staff report, the council awarded a contract in October of 2017 to Hal Hayes Construction They commenced construction of that project, which consisted of 4 different projects within the police department, those being the training center, the lobbies and records department, the detectives bureau, and the men's and women's locker rooms. They started work in middle of December, and the contract allowed for 240 calendar days, which would have extended through basically the end of August of 2018. The contractor is still working. The contractor has had the contract time expired and has accrued and is incurring liquidated damages at the rate of $3,000 per calendar day. As noted in the staff report, the city staff, as early as May 1st of 2018, sent notices to the contractor with our concern that their performance was falling behind and that they were not completing the work as required by the contract. Subsequent notices in July were issued, and ultimately when contract time expired at the end of August, we issued a notice of default which triggers certain legal requirements of the contractor and its surety based on the contract and the special provisions included in that contract. We continued to work with the surety and the contractor to basically come up with an agreed recovery plan. And unfortunately, those dates where they promised completion of the work continued to lapse. We even took the extraordinary measure of processing a progress payment in January with the hopes of incentivizing subcontractors to continue to work. That effort failed. So given with all the facts of the record, we are recommending to you a number of items tonight. And I do want to point out that in your yellow folder is a revised resolution. The only change to the resolution is the title. And the resolution would accomplish a couple of things. It would find that Hal Hayes Construction Incorporated is in default of the construction contract, which is noted as agreement number 7038, related to police department remodel, rebid, city project number 1505. And based on that finding, authorize staff to issue a notice of termination of contractor's performance to the contractor and the surety, basically advising the contractor he's no longer authorized to perform the contract. Based on that, that triggers the surety's legal responsibilities under the contract to perform the work, to take responsibility for completing the work in accordance with the contract for the contract price, subject to the liquidated damages and all of the other contract terms and conditions. The surety will have 15 days from receipt of the notice of termination to do some certain actions and submit for our review and approval their plan. And if they fail to submit a plan, we accept, or submit a plan and not comply with the terms and conditions of that plan, then legally the city is entitled to essentially take over the work. And that would be at the responsibility of the surety. Again, this work is all guaranteed by a performance bond issued by the surety for this very specific purpose, for a contractor's failure to perform. For the purposes of the administrative record, included in your yellow folder is also a letter from an attorney representing the contractor who has outlined a number of certain assertions refuting our recommendation. But we would point to all of the information that's included in the staff report, the attachments, our prior notices, as sufficient documentation that we are using as the basis for our recommendation, including, as we've noted in the staff report and in the resolution, our awareness through news reports of a very similar situation occurring in Humboldt County with a project there. So unfortunately, and this is a first for, I think, Dr. Eddy and myself, we've not been placed in a position recommending such drastic action, but frankly, with it affecting the most important civic building and affecting public safety, we are essentially at the point where we have to recommend this action. And again, this would, to be clear, is not terminating the contract, but is terminating the contractor's performance, which then imposes a demand that the surety complete the work. So that will give the surety an opportunity to cure that default of the contractor's non-performance. However, included in the resolution, and this is why this resolution requires a unanimous vote with the absence of Councilmember Roberts, if the surety fails to perform, we've included provisions in the resolution that allows you to declare a local emergency, which allows us to do the takeover work without competitive bidding, which is allowed by case law noted in the staff report and the resolution. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and I apologize for being longer than I would have been, but it was important for the administrative record to make these points known.
Well said, Marcus. Thank you.
So with that, I turn it over to you for your consideration.
And Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm going to add two things. First, I'm going to add the fact that one of our consultants, Wildan, has indicated that we have over 80 emails regarding non-compliance notices of deficiency and exceptions on work installed. That's a significant amount of email. I would also note that this is going to be, in the event that the council approves the resolution that we've proposed, this is going to be effectively final action by the council. It won't be back for a subsequent declaration of emergency. It'll be a springing declaration of emergency if the surety fails to perform. In the event that the surety does fail to perform, there will be the no bid process that Mr. Fuller detailed. In the event that we end up in a situation where the contractor, Hal Hayes, wants to take action, you won't see it here. It'll be judicial action. The timeline for that judicial action is under the Code of Civil Procedure that they're aware of. To 94.6 happens to be the section. They'll have 90 days from the period of time when this right actually accrues. And I would submit it to you, and thank you. Thank you.
I'd just like to comment that not only is this a $4.3 million project, which is a lot of public funds, but just as important, if not more important, is the extraordinary inconvenience that we have put our men and women of our police department under over the last, 2 years now, where they haven't had, they don't only work there, they live there, they sleep there, they spend a lot of time there. So this has been extraordinarily embarrassing and inconvenient. So I think this moving ahead as quickly as possible to get this done and get them into their new facilities is critically important to all of us. Anyone else? Okay. Motion to approve is made by Councilmember Holstage, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Kors. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 4-0.
Fortunately, the next two items have been tabled to the next meeting. Next item is our second period of public comment on non-agenda items. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Although the City Council values your comments pursuant to the Brown Act, generally I cannot take action on any items not listed on the posted agenda. 2 minutes will be allowed to each speaker. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak at this time? Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Looking at the wrong screen. We have two. First is Liz Loomis, and then Alan Worthy. Liz Loomis, are you here? Okay, Mr. Worthy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This evening I was at the Annenberg and I attended my great friend Joshua Finkel's performance of Hollywood Revisited, a glamorous musical theater extravaganza. I have known Joshua and Jill Burke in the show for many, many years. We're union members and we're in the theater, among other things. And what I'm saying to you is they're loyal people. Joshua referred me to an agent some months ago, and ironically, when I got in the car tonight, that agent at 9:30 tonight had responded because I have a new play, newer, that deserves a revival. It's timely about racism and whatnot. And I have a movie star who's interested or responded to me, and the thing seems to be tooling along. And the only thing that's missing from this whole picture, of course, as usual, is the five of you. I was here at 4 o'clock this afternoon to beg you and for an emergency motion to hear my complaint about the Brown Act. And we're not going to debate who interrupts who when Mr. Roberts, and thank God he's not here, because he would have already stood up and started screaming and leaving. Violation of the Brown Act. There's no question about that. Or, like 2 weeks ago, like the sixth grader that he is, would have already excused himself because he had someplace else to be. It's a disgrace. You people have got to stop doing this, and you've got to stop tolerating Mr. Roberts doing it. I can just, as a matter of fact, say to you that if you were a union member, the stage manager, that would be the de facto Mr. Kotkin, would have written you up and you would have been fired by now. I'm demanding that you answer my complaint. And what is this business, Mr. Kotkin, that I'm hearing on the street that you're going to resign? I mean, are you kidding me? That's the price we're all going to pay for the five of them and their misbehavior and violation of the Brown Act, Fair Political Practices Act, and your oath. For
Mr.
God's
Worthy,
sake,
your time is up.
Lawyers.
Mr. Worthy, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. We have anyone else who wishes to speak? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And that closes our second portion of public comments. Next item, City Council and City Manager request an upcoming agenda development. Dr. Reddy, anything?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I would note in the upcoming agenda that's in your yellow folder, the one item that is going to be on the March the 6th, that we are going to have just a discussion item on the block grant CDBG process, let you get you updated on the process that we actually have and get your input as we get started there. The other thing I would note for the future items that Councilmember Holstage had requested that we have a goal setting session, and so I've done some significant research. I've located a facilitator that I think would be ideal, and we're looking to set that up sooner than later, but in a March, no later than April timeframe. So obviously you can't give us dates right now, but the staff will be reaching out to you to try to coordinate those dates. So those are the two things I wanted to note on here, and I'm certainly happy to take your guidance on other items.
Hey, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Thank you, Mayor. I will send you the Salton Sea resolution, which can go on consent. It doesn't need anything else on that. Desert Community Energy does need to be, and CVAG will be here on that. We're going to be making a decision both about moving forward with the program and whether the default product will be 100% carbon free. Which we'll be discussing and voting on our next meeting, but it will be subject to council approval, so we didn't have to do it tonight. But that needs to be on the agenda. They were putting together staff reports for the city, so I want to make sure you're in that loop. They said they already contacted the city, but you may not know that.
Just to clarify, so the actual discussion, not only discussion item, but the actual vote.
We're going to vote.
Okay, so they have the staff report.
Yes.
Look at that. Okay.
Yeah, so I want to make sure you're aware of that. I've been getting questions on a date, preferably in March, for the Palm Canyon Theater Desert Arts Center RFPs, since that's gotten continued so much, and the subcommittee met and has made recommendations.
Where we are on that is in closed session under lease negotiations. The deal points will be laid out for council. Given if we have direction, then our goal is to actually bring the lease agreement. But they have been notified, indicating that that we want to continue with them, and we want to continue to actually have the negotiations.
Okay.
So as soon as we can get the actual agreements negotiated and finalized, we absolutely will get them to council.
Okay, and you have the terms the subcommittee suggested?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
And so that's what we'll be getting clarification on, final clarification on in closed session.
Okay. The Convention Center Tourism Operations Agreement. Again, the subcommittee met, did interviews. The two companies are merging. So some degree, it's sort of not much to do, but that may take 6 or 8 months. So we need, if we're going to make a decision based on that, you know.
We extended that contract once.
Once, month to month, I believe, but I know.
Will require another extension.
Yeah, and so if we need that, and there's some terms that need to get added to that I've talked about with the city attorney. I'm happy to talk to you, and with the mayor about that regarding sort of our non-discrimination provisions applying to who they're doing business with. And the other piece is just, figuring out how we're moving forward. So I know came up at the various tourism meetings that they sort of, they put a lot of work into this, the review committee. And so I don't know if we want to wait 6 or 8 months till there's a merger. I think we probably want to make that, at least bring it to council to decide that. But I presume that we wanted to move forward. The subcommittee felt we should move forward, right?
Yeah, because I don't think it's fair to have that, because it's a big operation. It's not fair for them to be just going on a month-to-month basis on something this big.
So we do have that in the work. There's some details to be worked out. I do need some guidance now. Keep the subcommittee updated. I will reach out to you soon. But the idea then is based on those negotiations to get something to council sooner than later. But I do need some guidance from the subcommittee.
Yes, and if we need to do an extension, we can do that at the next meeting. There's probably one change we want to make in it moving forward. And the only other thing I wanted to note on here, actually there were two. One is on the homelessness administrative regulation, which you have down for March. We also, in the subcommittee, could meet with staff, really want to discuss what we can do as far as the vacant lot trespassing.
I had very productive discussions today with General Counsel from the Agua Caliente Band and with one of the primary executives at the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Right.
So they're very amenable to cooperating with us on that.
So let's set a subcommittee meeting up so we can bring that forward also. And the final thing is, what is the date? I get concerned when we have ordinances that are expiring on the tenant protection ordinance. When do we need to act?
Memory serves, I believe it's mid-April.
Okay, so that's coming up. So just to have that, make sure we act and we can pass an ordinance with 2 readings before we have one that expires. That could be coming up. If it expires in mid-April, we need to move quickly, and we can meet with staff on that, but I just want to make sure that that date doesn't slip by. And then we have to do an interim urgency. Let's see if we can just do it. And that's it. Thank you.
Hey, anyone have anything else? Okay, I just covered up my piece of paper. What's the next? Okay. Seeing nothing else, so we will ready to adjourn. The council will adjourn to the next regular meeting Wednesday, March 6, 2019 at 6 p.m. in council chambers at City Hall. Thank you and good night. Did you got my thing about the star on Friday?